check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Good morning, race fans, and welcome to H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason testing session, the Spring Splash, presented by Apollo. My name is Brad Luce. I'm going to be your host today here on the Columbia River in what is turning into an absolutely gorgeous day here in the Tri-Cities. Temperatures are expected to be near 80 degrees, and as you can It is the official beginning of the 2024 H1 Unlimited racing season. It's an annual test session. They've been doing it for a number of years here in the Tri-Cities on the Columbia. And every year this event seemingly gets bigger and better. And we've got new things added by the Tri-City Water Follies. There's lots to talk about today, but right now we'll talk about Dustin Echols and the U40 Bucket List Racing as he is on the race course through the lower end. I think we've got him on a clock here. This is his first lap, I believe, that we just completed on the clock. We'll get a speed here shortly. We apologize to those of you who have been tuning in. We haven't been able to get audio out. We had a couple technical difficulties. We are working through those. I am told you are now getting audio to go with the video. But Dustin Echols in the U40 represents our fifth boat that has already been out on the water this morning. That first lap was 153.233 miles an hour. Dustin Echols is off the top end of the race course. He will come down and put another one in the book. The bright orange Bucket List Racing. It looked like when he came by the first time, the boat was running a little bit harder on the nose. And you see the water splashing off the front of the sponson there. And so they've got this boat glued down pretty tight to the water. I would expect they will loosen that up later on in the day. But, hey, this is the first time the boat has been on the water since the final heat of the 2023 APBA Gold Cup on Lake Washington. It is the annual spring test session here for H1 Unlimited hydroplanes on the Columbia River in the Tri-Cities. Dustin Echols out on the water in the U40. I mentioned this is the fifth boat that has come out already. We have 7 boats in the pit area. Looking at the boats that have already hit the water, our first boat out this morning was Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. It was his first time ever behind the wheel of the 2018 haul from Miss Madison Racing. He put 5 laps on the clock. The fastest he was lap number 4 at 164.224 miles an hour. And it took only 2 laps on the Columbia here today to crack the 160 barrier. He hit 161.8 on lap number 2. He was followed on the race course by the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, with Corey Peabody. He is the defending Columbia Cup champion. He put 2 laps in the book on the clock officially, his fastest being the first at 151.540. Then it was Gunnar O'Farrell behind the wheel of the U21, the Lakeridge Paving. He put 3 laps on the clock, the fastest of which was his second and his third lap. They were identical laps at 150.592. 150.592. Again, Dustin Echols comes down front chute. As you can tell from our camera angle here, we are located right at the entrance buoy. Not quite straight across with the exit pin, but we are at the entrance buoy to turn number 1. Our fourth boat on the water was our defending national high points champion, the U1. You will remember this boat a year ago as the U8, the Beacon Electric. Now it is the U1, indicative of J. Michael Kelly and Strong Racing, and the Beacon Electric being our defending now national high points champion. We'll get the speeds here for Mike. Went out, put a first lap in the book at 147. His third was the quickest at 162.604 miles an hour. That was the first 4 boats to come out. Then it was Dustin Echols in the U40. And he's put some good laps on the clock. His first lap was 153, followed it up at 158, then 159, cracking the 160 barrier with a fourth lap of 161.330 miles an hour. Interesting note here, you will note the bucket list racing, although we are not on salt water. The boat is out here with the saltwater snorkel on the boat. They're obviously testing running with that. Could be from a balance standpoint, not quite sure. We will look into those things as we move forward. But we are underway. We are underway. The 2024 H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Racing season has officially begun. Our test session is underway. We are about 45 minutes into the season, and we're going to be doing everything we can to bring you all of the activity here today. We expect a lot of it. We have, as I mentioned, 7 unlimited hydroplanes in the pit area. We've got some Grand Prix boats also here. We have a vintage unlimited, the U60. The Miss Thriftway is here. The U60, of course, the Miss Thriftway was the 1956 and the 1957 Gold Cup champion. Those from the greater Northwest area and of a certain vintage will say, yeah, but they really won the 1955 Gold Cup as well. And there's a person standing down to my right from Detroit, Michigan that might want to have a discussion with me about that. But it was a very, very famous event. So a Gold Cup champion on the vintage side of things. The Miss Thriftway, the first of 3 Miss Thriftways, will be out here. And we're now making eye contact with that gentleman, Nick Kish, from the Detroit area. We're talking about that 55 Gold Cup that you guys stole from Seattle. And it just was a very unfair thing that they did. But I'm joking, of course. So I mentioned we have 7 boats in the pit area. We had 8 boats in the pit area a year ago. Only 7 of those 8 boats took to the water. When they did, they put 105 laps on the clock a year ago, 15 of which were north of 160 miles an hour. So if today is anything like it was a year ago, we're going to expect a lot of activity on the water. We hope to get some interviews today. We've got some special people that are with us, and hopefully they will find their way up to our broadcast booth, and we'll get some personalities to talk to. We have new sponsors. We have drivers in new boats. And so lots to talk about today. As I said, it is the 2024 Tri-Cities Annual Preseason Test Session, the Spring Splash. It's presented by Apollo. And we'll be back as soon as we get another boat on the water. Brad Luce for H1 Unlimited. Don't go away. We'll be back shortly.
I'm like, well. Who's going out next?
Race fans, back again on the Columbia River here in Tri-Cities, Washington. It is the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason test session, the Spring Splash, presented by Apollo. Again, my name is Brad Luce. I am here with the H1 Unlimited live stream team. And I'm telling you what, this is a very special live stream team. We'll get into that more as the day goes on. But I come back on the waves here because we've got boats back out on the water. Our 2023 H1 Unlimited Rookie of the Year, Bobby King, is at the top end of the race course, driving the U12, the Graham Trucking, the boat he was aboard a year ago. Bobby King comes off the top end of the race course. We may have had an audio difficulty right there, but I think we're back aboard. It is our 2024 H1 Unlimited testing session. Brad Luce here with you. Bobby King driving the U12. The Graham Trucking comes down the front straightaway. First laps of 2024. First time on the clock for the young man. And he is our sixth boat out on the water, if my memory serves correct. Bobby King was our 2023 H1 Unlimited Rookie of the Year last year. And if you were here at the Columbia Cup a year ago, Oh, do you remember the show this young man put on? They put that boat in the water. It had not been wet for 2 years, almost to the weekend since that boat had been in the water. Bobby King got in it and went out and just turned lap after lap after lap. He's got a terrific pedigree, as most of our H1 Unlimited drivers do. His father, of course, Jimmy King, driving the piston-powered U3, the Griggs Ace Hardware. The Griggs boat is not here, but Bobby is, and this time he picks it up a little better as he comes down the front chute. And the former T6 Miss Budweiser. This is the Graham Trucking. Boat's been driven by so many, but since the Budweiser days, been driven by Jeff Bernard, J. Michael Kelly, most recently by even Andrew Tate. That was a couple of years ago. Now it is Bobby King's turn, and he is a qualified driver this year. Doesn't have to check that box anymore. So up the backstretch, Bobby King in the U12, the Graham Trucking, first lap on the clock at 144.629 miles per hour. 144.629. Certainly not working to hug the buoys right now, and this is the first time the boat's been on the water since the APBA Gold Cup in Seattle 1 year ago. This is not about seeing how fast you can go. This is about seeing what the work you did in the off season has done to the performance of the hydroplane, and just getting back acclimated to driving a 6,000 or 7,000 pound race boat with 3,000 horsepower behind you, and making sure that all systems are go. Through the lower end of the race course on what is, as I keep saying it, is developing into an absolute beautiful day here. In the Tri-Cities of Washington, temperatures should be pushing 80 degrees today. Right now, the winds are light and variable, if at all. We are seeing reports of wind gusts up to, get this, maybe 3 miles per hour. So it should be beautiful all day long. Bobby King, U12, Graham Trucking. Bobby King pulls his foot out of it as he comes off the lower end of the race course after putting a second lap in the book at 149.422 miles an hour. Lap 3 even a little bit quicker, 150.592, 150.592. The young man out of Shelby Township, Michigan, was born in Sarnia, Ontario, Canada. Did he cut the race course up there? Yes, he did. We talked a little bit about this hull as it was out on the water and who has driven this particular hull, for those of you who keep track of these sorts of things. This is the famous T6, Miss Budweiser. This was the sixth and final hull of the Turbine family that was campaigned by Bernie Little. This boat was built in 2000. It has 26 race victories to its credit. And the U12 now, with those 26 victories, sits second place on the all-time win list as far as hulls and the number of wins. One more win for that hull would tie it with the Elam Spirit of Qatar, the boat that was built back in 2001, the U16, that boat with 27 victories. The U12, the Graham Trucking, they trail by only one. So it's the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason test session, the Spring Splash, presented by Apollo. We will step away from the microphone here for a moment. We will be back as soon as we get another boat on the race course. But lots of action, lots of activity still to come. 7 boats in the pit area. We've seen a number of them on the course. We will be back as soon as we have another boat on the water. My name is Brad Luce. We'll be right back.
Buy a few things from Beacon. From Beacon. We'll go back to it. Yeah. Yes, I hear it.
Said that's a Beacon?
What's that?
That Beacon stuff down there?
Sorry.
No, it's Beacon stuff down there?
Yeah, lots.
Oh,
Hello again, race fans, back here in the Tri-Cities of Washington on the Columbia River. This is H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason test session. It's the Water Follies Spring Splash presented by Apollo. I'd like to thank some of our other sponsors. We have Columbia Park Golf Triplex and Pape Machinery. Next boat out on the water is our first repeat boat of the day. Andrew Tate takes to the Columbia River in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. This is the boat that ran here a year ago as the Miss Home Street, and it has run as the Miss Home Street since it was christened here in the Tri-Cities in 2018. The boat did not run as far as racing in 2018 here on the Columbia, but it was christened and did take some test laps. The boat did not go officially racing until the following weekend in Seattle on Lake Washington. This is Andrew Tate's first day behind the wheel of this particular hydroplane. It is a quick one, as we all know. Andrew turned a couple of laps, in fact 3 of them north of 160 miles an hour earlier this morning. He was our first boat out on the water, and as you can see from the boat ride and the water conditions, it is absolutely perfect here on the Columbia as Andrew goes through the lower end of the race course. Doesn't have to feel the boat out this time. He's got his foot in it hard right from the very beginning. We'll take a look at his first laps when he came out here this morning. He put 5 of them in the books. The quickest was his 4th at 164.224 miles an hour. Top end of the race course, this is his first lap on the clock. Going to slide it out to about lane number 2.5, maybe 3. Andrew Tate coming down the front straightaway. Young man out of Canton, Michigan. Was born in Ann Arbor. He is a Michigan kid at heart, loves to play hockey. It's about the only thing he likes to do that's even close to driving a hydroplane. However, this is a professional hydroplane driver. But give him a hockey stick and he can hold his own. Getting an absolutely beautiful boat ride. We'll get a time here from Tana Morissette monitoring the H1 Unlimited radio, and this is the quickest lap he has turned already. This one, 165.450 miles an hour. 165 for Andrew Tate, driving the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. As I said, this boat was here a year ago, ran as Miss Home Street with Dylan Runny behind the wheel. Andrew drove. The boat looked identical to this, but it was the other hull, the older hull. This is the new one, the 2018 hull. Boat solid as a rock. As he gets to the entrance pin, he pulls his foot before he gets to the exit pin. Boat going very slow. Not sure if he didn't break something right there, and it appears it's going to go down in the water. So that was, I'm going to assume, not planned. We'll take a look at that lap speed on the lap he did finish. It's quicker yet, 165.684. So 165.684. But that's not the question right now. Andrew has lost power and is dead in the water about 1 buoy past the exit pin of turn 1. I mentioned we have some other boats here in the pit area besides H1 Unlimited hydroplanes. And we've got the GP10, the GP15, the Y19, and the U60 Vintage Miss Thriftway as the rescue boats begin to head toward Andrew Tate. So we're going to have a little bit of a break here in the action, as that was an unscheduled stop over there by Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, after our quickest lap so far of the day, the 165.684. Some of the questions we receive a lot of the time on our social media inquire as to what exactly is Goodman Real Estate and who is John Goodman. Trying to answer that question, John Goodman is a very well-established business owner and community contributor in the Puget Sound area here in Washington State. He's a leading developer of multifamily, we'd say multifamily and commercial real estate in the greater Seattle, Washington area. John Goodman. And this is a big year for John and his sponsorship package with Madison Racing, because he is now the face of Madison Racing on the water. This is the primary boat. This is the primary hull, the primary sponsor. John Goodman and the Madison Racing team are looking for big things here in 2024. And it's off to a very good start, albeit dead in the water here on the second run after 2 laps on the clock. The quickest at 165.6, the previous lap at 165.4. Bringing our fans of H1 Unlimited Racing up on what's going on with the sport. Yesterday we had a media day with our H1 Unlimited teams. All of the drivers sat down with myself and Ashley Rainey. We had a series of questions that we asked all of them about the sport, about themselves. I mean, we got into specifics of boat racing. We also wanted to know what their favorite music was, their favorite food. We had a lot of fun with it. But I thought Andrew Tate said something that was very interesting about our sport. We asked him, as we did all of the drivers, why should somebody tune in to H1 Unlimited Racing? And his answer was very quick. He says, you know what? Fans should not tune in to H1 Unlimited Racing. They should come visit an H1 Unlimited race and see it in person. And he likened it to watching a basketball game on TV, and he said it's great, but you have no idea. You get no concept of how big and how tall some of these guys are until you actually see them on the floor. And then he brought up a football game and said, you have no idea how hard they hit and how fast they run until you go see it live. It was a walking commercial for H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing. So come down and watch us race. We think you will enjoy it. We think it is something that will bring fans back. We're doing everything we can, and I say we in the collective sense with H1 Unlimited, to try and grow our fan base. There is a terrific season planned for 2024, and if you can make it out to one of our events across the country, please do so. If not, the H1 Unlimited live stream team will bring it all to you, all of the action as we are today, and we will be at every event across the country. Got a break in the action. It's H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason test session, the Spring Splash, presented by Apollo.
How you doing? Hi. You still working at Stevens? Good for you. Oh well. Personal name. That's a. Oh, we sold the RV there. piping wash versus camera cover.
Necklace from bucket list.
We're going July 8th. Gonna hit Newport, Tillamook, take a little train ride there out of Tillamook. Tall guy, always wears straw hat. Yeah, he had a good produce. He still lives across the street from it. Does he? They built that brand new fire station right next to it.
I went next to that one. Scale down. You got our little
Good. He had a good produce stand going. Hell of a fisherman. He's best friends with
Welcome back, race fans, to the Tri-Cities of Washington and the Columbia River. This is Brad Luce with H1 Unlimited, and I want to officially welcome you back to the second half of our annual testing session here on the Columbia River. The Tri-Cities Spring Splash presented by Apollo. Also like to thank the fine folks at the Columbia Park Golf Triplex and Pape Machinery. We had a very active morning test session. The only one of our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes that did not get out on the water was the U-11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. They did get the boat in the water. It got its way away from the dock, but they spun it back around. Something was wrong, and they brought it back in without turning any laps on the water. But the boat is out now. Jamie Nilsen getting his first ride for 2024 with the brand new sponsor on board. It is the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. The boat looks entirely different, but I can tell you it also looks terrific. Jamie Nilsen got the boat right up on its toes. Boat looks real solid through the water, and it's always exciting when we get to a new season or we get to a new venue and we have new sponsors. So we would like to officially welcome Miss Mercury's Coffee Company to H1 Unlimited Racing. We hope you enjoy it. We know the fans are going to enjoy it. We love having the new sponsors on board. Scott and Shannon Rainey, their boat out of Cle Elum, Washington. For those of you listening on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel across the country and are wondering, what did he just say? That was Cle Elum, Washington. It's pretty much in the center of the state. A little burg over there. And Scott and Shannon a few years ago moved from an area north of Seattle in Edmonds, Washington. They moved over to the east side of the state to Cle Elum, built a great big shop on the property, and this is the end result. The U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee with Jamie Nilsen behind the wheel. He is on the clock right now, I believe, for his fourth lap. He's turned his first two already. The first one was 155.252. Second lap was quicker at 157.155, and lap 3 hit the books at 156.136. And those numbers are extremely significant because if you remember our test session last year, we deemed this Shannon's boat, and they had never run a lap north of 155 miles an hour. They did last year. And let me check. That would be the first 3 laps of 2024 are north of 155. It's amazing what a new sponsor will do. Mercury's Coffee and Jamie Nilsen. And I talk about how enjoyable it is to have new sponsors. I've had 3 or 4 people, to include Shannon Rainey, come to me and tell me what a wonderful individual the management folks are and the ownership group is of the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. And we're referring to it as the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. But I'm told that the leadership and the brass of that company are terrific people. I wish I could sit here and tell you their names. But I'm going to do you one better than that. We are going to have the Chief Executive Officer up here, and we'll get him on the pipes and have an interview with him here in a while as Jamie Nilsen cuts off the top end of the race course, and he will come down after putting 4 laps in the book. By the way, that last one was the quickest, 158.537, 158.537. And guess what? Last year, Shannon came here sniffing 155. She can start sticking her nose out there and thinking about 160. Very, very good run for the team from Cle Elum, Washington. I want to very briefly and simply apologize to everybody for stepping away from the microphone before our lunch break. But I had an opportunity to get a ride in a Vintage Unlimited, and more than just a Vintage Unlimited, the Vintage Miss Thriftway, the 1956-57 Gold Cup champion, and I hope every boat racing fan out there can understand. If somebody wants to give you that opportunity, you take it. I took it in a hurry. It was a thrill, but I apologize for stepping away. We will be here the rest of the day. Let's take a look at what has occurred this morning, and some of these speeds I haven't seen, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to tell you which ones were the fastest. But our first boat out on the water today was the U91, the boat driven by Andrew Tate, the Miss Goodman Real Estate. They had a fast lap of 164.224 miles an hour. They did come out the second time, and on their second lap, they toured at 165.684 miles per hour. So obviously the boat seems to be running very, very well. They did have an issue on their second run. The boat, after turning 2 laps on the clock, came off the exit pin at the bottom of the end of the race course, and it immediately dropped down in the water. There was some discussion of possibly a gearbox issue. I don't know that, but there was some discussion of that. We will see if we can sniff that out, but I fully expect we're going to see them back out on the water. Andrew Tate in the Miss Goodman Real Estate. Our second boat that came out today, though, was the U9, the defending Columbia Cup champion, Corey Peabody, came out, and he turned some quick laps this morning. First one right out of the box at 151 miles an hour. Came out a second time, put 3 laps on the clock, the quickest of which was lap 2 at 160.034 miles per hour. Our third boat to come out was Gunnar O'Farrell aboard the U21, the Miss Lakeridge Paving. He came out and put a first lap on the book just a tick under 145 miles per hour, or 146 miles an hour, ran it at 145.9, then rattled off a couple laps at 150 miles an hour. Those were the quick ones for the U21. Let me see, did he have a faster lap the next time? No, then he came out again and had 3 laps in the area of 147. And speaking of the aforementioned Gunnar O'Farrell and the U21, the Lakeridge Paving, they are back out on the water already, so certainly a lot of activity for those guys. I did have the opportunity to talk with Gunnar yesterday, and I can tell you, I spent about 45 minutes with him, and if you ever have the opportunity to spend so much as 5 minutes with Gunnar, don't ever pass it up. It's quite an experience. He's a colorful guy, and he loves what he's doing. He got his first taste of H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing a year ago at the APBA Gold Cup on Lake Washington in Seattle. Nothing like jumping right into the frying pan for your first ever race. But he did very, very well in that race. And in fact, he scored 762 points at the H1 Unlimited APBA Gold Cup in Seattle. They were 8th in national high points last year. He told me yesterday, and I made him commit to it to make sure we're at least going to see this boat at 2 events. He said he'll be here for the Columbia Cup in July and then back over on Lake Washington for the Seattle Seafair in early August. Gunnar O'Farrell just taking the opportunity to look at some of these other speeds. Turn that page back whenever you need it. We also had the U1, our defending national high points champion and APBA Gold Cup winner out here, J. Michael Kelly, driving the newly crowned U1, the Miss Beacon Electric. J. Michael Kelly was out here and turned a lap, I believe, at 162. Yes, 162.604 miles an hour. So the boat looked very good. He did come out again, run a couple more laps, the quickest of which was 159.8. Bucket List Racing came out on the water. The brightly orange, Tennessee orange Bucket List Racing, the U40, Dustin Echols, out of Duval, Washington, where he owns a business, as Gunnar flies the 21. Coming down the front straightaway. Dustin Echols came out. His first time out, he put 4 laps in the book. He went 153, 158, 159, and then his quick lap 161.330 miles an hour. So stepping it up, Gunnar O'Farrell. I'll tell you what, if you've ever seen this guy drive in a Region 10 event, get behind the wheel of a smaller boat, a 2.5 liter stock, or even a 2.5 liter mod, this kid can handle his race boat. He did a 161.3 earlier. He just knocked that one down, 161.466. That's a 161. That is a quick lap for the young man. Well, you're going to have to teach me the colors, you see. So, all right, yours truly's got his first mulligan of the year out of the way. I thought you were pointing at the U21. No, she was pointing at the U40. So that was Dustin Echols who came out. I knew that. That's my fault. I saw it. Dustin Echols turned the lap at 161. Gunnar O'Farrell out on the water now. Our assistant here, Tana Morissette, who monitors everything that is said on the H1 Unlimited radio, is very good at writing these speeds down. I guess that's why she writes them down, so maybe I would read them. And she has the number of the boat very clearly written there, and the speeds. Even a guy who wears glasses like me can read them from quite far away, but it doesn't do any good if you don't read them. So my apology. That was Dustin Echols, who had a quick lap of 161. Gunnar, his fastest lap was the 150s, I believe. Yeah, he had a lap. Oh, he had 2 identical laps on his first time out at 150.592. He's got a 148 and a 149 so far on this run. Look at it, pick the right sponson up on that, just hanging it. Oh my goodness. Oh, I tell you what, flying the boat that time down the front straightaway, that'll get his attention. I'm going to expect that lap's going to be a little quicker, but we will find out. We'll write it down. I will read it, assuming I can look in the right place for it. Gunnar O'Farrell hopping up to the top end of the race course, and I think we heard him pull his foot there. We'll get the speed here on lap number 3, and that's going to be his quickest, I believe, because he had, and look at the right number, he was 150.5. That one, 151.622. 151.622. That's his quickest so far. And you're telling me those are the shots that are going out over the live stream. All right. I want to thank our live stream drone team who is here today under the leadership of Lisa Cornier, who does an incredible job with our drones and making sure they are up in the air, and more than that, making sure they are legal wherever we go. And we've got pilot Brian Montgomery here today, and I understand we've got those up and running on our new live stream equipment here. I'm looking at some of the shots. They are very, very cool. And I might also just throw in this part of the investment that was made in the H1 Unlimited live stream team and the drone team for 2024 included $25,000 worth of brand new drones. So we're going to have even more and better drone coverage in 2024 than we've had in previous years. We've got the best pilots. Now we've given them the best equipment. Gunnar O'Farrell down the front straightaway. Lap 4 came in at $146. Boat's a little more solid on the water this time. Didn't fly it quite as much. Gunnar staying out there, got 4 laps in the book. See if he maybe pulls his foot. He did. like to thank the folks at Park Golf Triplex here in the Tri-Cities. In fact, just up the creek from us here a little bit, and Pape Machinery for their support in putting on the Tri-City Water Follies test session, the Spring Splash. Our title sponsor, of course, is Apollo, and we are referring to them as Apollo. And we can't be more excited to have them on board. Gunnar has cut the race course. He will come back that last lap at 150 miles per hour. Gunnar O'Farrell is a third-generation boat racer. And like so many of our H1 Unlimited drivers, he began driving hydroplanes at the age of 8 years old. And he actually built his first hydroplane at the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum. Actually, he built it when he was 8 years old. He began racing stock outboards at the age of 9. And he actually did that for 6 years. I mentioned the 2.5 liter stock class where Gunnar has spent a lot of time. The 2.5 liter stock and the 2.5 liter modified class. And in 2021, Gunnar O'Farrell was able to win the Western Nationals in the 2.5 liter modified. Gunnar was very anxious to get in the cockpit of his boat last year in Seattle and compete in the Gold Cup. I spoke with him, as I said yesterday. He can't wait for the Columbia Cup to get back here at the end of July. Gunnar O'Farrell driving the U-21, the Lakeridge Paving. So our fastest lap of the day here, I believe, resides with the U-91. I'm looking at a 164, but I think we've kicked that one to the curb. Nope, that is the good number, I am told. I just saw 165 go by there. Right there. 165.684. Quickest lap we've seen so far. And yes, just for you fans out there that might be wondering, these speeds are very, very quick. We're seeing speeds in the mid, now even over 165 miles per hour. I'm going to pull up here momentarily what the course record here is in Tri-Cities. However, remember, the boats now are not going through tech inspection. There is nothing involved from that aspect of our racing, so they don't have to worry about it. It's okay if they want to go above the N2, and sometimes they will do that because they want to see how the boat will react at a faster speed without having to worry about an N2 violation or anything of that nature. Away from the dock now is the bright orange, the Tennessee orange of the U40, the Bucket List Racing. Boat is owned by Kelly and Sharon Stocklin out of Snohomish, Washington. The U40 Bucket List Racing. Now, when they come out west, as they did a year ago, the boat will be painted up bright yellow and bright yellow and blue. It will be the Flavor Pack as it was a year ago. Flavor Pack is back on board for the western swing of the H1 circuit. But for right now, it is the U40. It is Bucket List Racing. It is still Dustin Echols. Lives in Monroe, Washington, a product of Duval High School. He is a heavy equipment diesel mechanic, and I can tell you, one of the nicest guys on the planet. Dustin Echols across the line. Got him on a clock here for a first lap. I believe his quick lap was 161. I think he turned it earlier. I was trying to give that line. It was 161, 466. I was trying to give that to Gunnar O'Farrell, but it indeed resided with young Dustin. When the boat came out the first time this morning, it appeared to be glued down pretty solid on the water. The boat was kind of pounding on the nose a little bit, but again, this is the first time these guys have been in the water since a year ago, August, in Seattle at the Seafair, and obviously all of these teams have just done a ton of work on these boats, and they want to take it slow. They want to find out if what they did over the winter is moving them in the right direction or not. Yes, they do a lot of maintenance on these boats. Yeah, he's got the boat up dancing now, much different than that first ride out here. Boats, as he sets up for the corner, you see the water start splashing off the sponson up toward the front a little bit, off the recovery area. They'll lighten that boat up a little bit and get it going quicker, because anytime you're touching the water, that's not a good thing from a speed perspective. But they're not trying to set any world records out here. Turn that lap at 159.724. It's not often when you get on one of these broadcasts here, you get to stand next to one of your heroes, and I'm kind of standing next to him right now. I got Steve Compton, H1 inspector, standing next to me here. Tell you what, you give me a ride and you're Miss Thriftway. You're my hero for a long time, my friend. Dustin Echols, first lap at 159 miles an hour and change. See, and he did. Got to that magic 160 mark, 160.745 miles an hour. So as Dustin rounds the top end of the race course, I am joined now on the live stream by H1 Inspector, as Dustin has either pulled his foot or he's losing power up there. Not quite sure, and it may be, but anyway, Dustin Echols looks like he's going to keep going, but he's definitely pulled his foot out of it. I started to say I'm being joined by H1 Inspector Steve Compton, my local and new hero. But Steve, first of all, you are standing in front of a whole bunch of brand new live stream equipment. I honestly think, and this I think is a true statement, Nick Kish is going to give me thumbs up or thumbs down. You might be the first person ever to put those headphones on. I think these are brand spanking new, bud. Welcome.
Well, thank you, and gee whiz, it's nice to be part of the test session in more ways than one.
Absolutely. But I wanted to talk to you as Dustin comes by at a very slow speed here. He comes by and we'll take the U40 bucket list racing back to the pit area. But you've been a busy guy for the last 2 days. Give the people a little bit of a feel. What does an H1 inspector do? And I know you don't just walk in the pit area, take a look at the boat and go, that's cool, let's go. You've been traveling around to various boat shops, taking a look at them. Talk a little bit about that process.
Well, it's important to keep our drivers safe. I mean, when they're out there going 190 to 200 miles an hour in these boats, there's a number of areas that we need to take a look at and make sure that we're dealing with good quality, solid equipment. And so we've got a series of checklists that we go through, not only on the hull, but the engines, and just to make sure that everybody's playing by the rules, so to speak.
And when you're on the live stream, sometimes, not always, but sometimes they turn the camera around and you get to see yourself on the camera. So smile. Everybody across the country is looking at Mr. Steve Compton, absolutely my hero. Took me out for the Miss Thriftway right before lunch. That was absolutely a dream ride. Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you, it's been a long time coming. When I was involved with the ownership of that boat, we tried to get you in that thing more than once, didn't we?
And it wasn't for lack of want on my part.
Oh, I know.
When they come to you, and hopefully other people will have the opportunity, as I'm sure they will. But when they come to you with the paperwork and said, if you just put your name down here on the bottom, we'll take you for a ride. Nobody reads the paperwork.
No.
Where do I sign?
Where do I sign? Exactly. No, it's a very rewarding experience to be able to do what we did this afternoon or earlier this morning, because it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. And this is one of the things that these Vantage Unlimiteds have been able to do, largely part because of the efforts from the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum in Seattle. But that's kind of what gave our program a kickstart back in 2002 when somebody came up with a brilliant idea. Hey, let's build a replica of the 1955 Miss Thriftway. And that started out with 3 Vashon Island residents, Steve Payne, Larry Fuller, and Rob Wheeler, they got a hold of an engine that was over in Southworth and was able to start working on that thing, and all of a sudden they get the engine close to being done. They go, oh, we need something to put it in. So they went looking for a hull, couldn't find anything viable. So they went ahead and contracted with Ron Jones Sr. to draw a full-scale set of plans so we could just pinprick them and cut out the plywood and the lumber. And since that was my business, I was kind of pulled into it very easily because I knew I could help out this effort. And it wasn't too far after the start of the project, we got started on building the boat. And it was a lot of fun, and we're very proud of it. And even though I'm not part of the ownership anymore, I'm still very proud of the fact that Dane Sorensen, Scott Nowak, and Rob Wheeler are still running that thing good.
Well, and it's for those of us of a certain vintage, and people can tell because they just saw us. But you and I, we get trumped when a young stud like Andrew Tate takes to the water.
Yeah.
The U91 is out there. But talk a little bit about this test session and what you've seen. We've seen some awfully fast laps out here. And no, the boats don't have to go through tech inspection or anything like that. They can just kind of let them loose and let them go. But I made the comment after the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company went out last year, and I know you'll remember this, Shannon was so anxious to see if that boat could go north of 155.
Yep.
Their first 3 laps were all north of 155 today, so the boat looked really good.
It really did, and there's been a lot of effort put out by all teams this year, and I've been lucky to see a lot of these boats in the shop before they were 100% complete to come out here and run. But John Walters and I finished up the inspections on them, and as you can see by the way Andrew's running around out there, he's got a lot of faith in that boat. Everything's holding together just the way it's supposed to.
Everything is holding together. Now you talk about going to, and you live here in the Tri-Cities. Steve and I both do. And so you go to some of these shops, and like Cle Elum and over around Tukwila and South Seattle and so forth, and visit these shops. We've got a new boat showing up on the circuit later on this year down in Guntersville, Alabama, the U-27 coming out of the Wiggins Racing Stable. How does a boat like that get inspected? Are you going down there? Do we have an inspector down there? Or do you wait until the boat shows up in Guntersville?
Well,
or do you know?
Well, that will depend on when they're ready for their inspection. It could be that we'll be doing the inspection at Guntersville, but if it is in advance, then we have an opportunity to call on one of our longtime inspectors, Rich Evans, who lives back in Indiana, and he can slide down there and take a look at it for us and check the boxes in the checklist, the annual checklist that's required, and get all the paperwork in order to make sure that everything's good. I've been fortunate enough, Mr. Vilwalk, who's working on the project, has been sending me pictures. I'm not going to say daily, but quite often. So I'm aware as to the level of completion of the boat, and I'm not going to say one way or the other whether it's going to make it to Guntersville, but I'm just going to say that they're working awful hard to make part of the circuit this year.
Well, I've been told they're going to make it, so we're going to be optimistic. I was in sales my whole career. We got a lot of optimism, but meanwhile, on the front straightaway here, as we look at the monitor and look at the boat, Andrew picking it up and laying him down. First lap, $1:59. Second one, 160. Third lap, take that all back. So that was lap one. His first lap was 162.7. And if he's moving up and getting quicker, just by a nose. The second lap, 162.881. You thought I would have learned it about 10 minutes ago. I was reading speeds off the wrong line. Now we have Tana. She can not only write the speeds down, she has to point right at the boat number. So I get it as she's getting frustrated with me over there.
Your eyes are still blurry from going 130 miles an hour.
That's
in the
my excuse. That's right. I'm going to stick with it.
Brad, I got to take off, but thank you very much, my friend.
Well, thank you, and needless to say, for everything you do with H1, but thank you for taking me out on the river. I didn't know I was going to go out there. I got to. Thanks, my friend. That was special.
My pleasure.
Steve Compton, H1 Unlimited Inspector, and much more importantly, dear friend, Steve Compton. Andrew, up the back chute. again, I think most people know, oh my goodness, 165.877. Now I'm going to see if I can step out on a limb. It's on a different page, but where does that stand with his other laps? Got a 165.6, 165.8. So there it is, 165.877. That's our quickest lap, not only for Andrew Tate, that's our quickest lap of the day so far. How about that, Tana? I even got it assigned to the right boat, right drive. I'm catching on. I'm catching on to this board. Andrew. Young man, Mr. Tate, comes across start-finish line and down here to the entrance to turn one. That's where we are situated here on the Columbia River Race Course. He dropped it off just a tick on lap number 4. He went down to 165.590. So right now, that 165.877, not only quickest, as I said, for the U91 Miss Goodman Real Estate, but also the quickest so far during our test session. It kicked off at 9 o'clock this morning. Andrew Tate, this looks exactly like the boat he drove a year ago, but it is not. Last year he drove the 2007 hull from the Madison Racing Stables. This is the 2018 hull. This is the former Home Street. This is the boat that Dylan Runny ran here. And man, did he go wide on that corner. Coming down here at the bottom end, he went way down. He's going to lose a little time on the clock, but he sure had the boat hooked up and rolling. Let's see what that last lap was. Another fast one and the quickest, 166.740. And Andrew knew what he was going to do. He knew he was going to pull his foot. He did. He's halfway up the backstretch. 166.740. I am going to see if I can't get lucky here and find quickly, without me stalling too long, I'm going to see if I can find the qualification record here in the Tri-Cities. Speed records for all courses. And it does not appear that I have that sheet here, but we will pull it up. I think it's interesting to have this here for reference. And usually all I have to do is mention it, and the stat man, Nick Kish, will pull it up. What is the fastest qualification official qualifying speed, the record on this course? Don't tell me we stumped the stat man. Oh, no, there he goes. He's down on his haunches and he's diving into the computer. That's why we have Mr. Kish here out of the Detroit metropolitan area. But it is absolutely a great day here on the Columbia River. Temperatures are getting close to 80 degrees. There's very little wind. Water conditions are perfect. We've had a lot of activity on the water. This is H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason testing session, the Water Follies Spring Splash, presented by Apollo. This is Brad Luce. I'm going to step away for a moment when either we get a new boat out on the water or Mr. Kish finds the database with the answers. We'll be back with more activity. Welcome again back to the Columbia River and Tri-Cities. I said I would come back on as soon as we either had another boat on the water or we had closure on the fastest qualification lap in the history of this 2.5 mile race course here in the Tri-Cities. Meanwhile, on the water is the U60, the 1955 Miss Thriftway. That was the boat that Steve Compton and I were just talking about on the live stream here. The boat that was victorious in the 1956 and 57 Gold Cups. But back to that record, it didn't take long. The stat man, as he is better known, Nick Kish, you got questions like that, you go to the stat man. A few years ago, I met this young man. We called him the stat boy, and it took about an hour and a half for him to graduate to the stat man. We didn't get him a new shirt until the following year. You got a question? You go to the stat man. Nick Kish, thank you very, very much. The fastest lap ever turned here on the Columbia River, a 2.5 mile race course. Here's a shock for you fans. Dave Vilwalk, Miss Budweiser, 1999. Yeah, I was talking 160s, right? Nope, I'd have been wrong. 170.471. 170.471. So that gives a little context to laps that are being run here today in this test session. However, one has to also remember that in 1999 there was no fuel restriction. So world records are still world records. Now I'm starting to get into a little bit of my own opinion, but world records are still world records whether you've reduced the amount of fuel flow to the motor or not. But the fact does still remain that in 1999, Mr. Vilwalk didn't have to worry about fuel flow and that sort of thing. He could just go ahead and roll, and oh man, did he roll. 1999, 170.471 mile an hour. Top end of the race course, the Miss Thriftway. As Steve Compton said here, they got a full set of plans from Ron Jones Jr. He drew up a brand new set of plans. It was his father, Ted Jones, who designed this boat. And it was the first in the line of 3 Miss Thriftway hydroplanes. The other 2, the Thriftway number 2 and Thriftway number 3, were white with persimmon stripes. This is what was affectionately referred to as the little boat. This was the small one. The other 2 Thriftways were 30 feet plus. This one was in the 28-foot range. This is the only one that was the darker wood, the mahogany deck, the persimmon cream and orange striping on it. A very unique look. And this is the boat that everybody thought saved the day for Seattle in the 1955 Gold Cup. And for those of a certain vintage, I guess I'm of that certain vintage, but I don't remember it. I am told I was there when Lou Fagel flipped the slow-mo 5 in the backstretch, qualifying for that 55 Gold Cup. Seattle fans thought their hopes were dashed to repeat as Gold Cup champions and keep the Gold Cup in Seattle. Then Mr. Muncie went out there in this particular hydroplane, and everybody thought he had saved the day. Even Bill Muncie thought he had saved the day, but no, there was a little issue of bonus points. 400 bonus points were awarded to Gale 5. Lee Shaneth took the Gold Cup back to Detroit, and Seattle's hearts were broken, but that was the continuation and the beginning of the pinnacle of the Detroit-Seattle rivalry. This boat just absolutely drips with history, and it's great to have the boat out here. The U60 Miss Thriftway. I would be more than happy to fill you in and tell you who is riding in the boat. There is a rider along with whoever the driver is. It could be any one of a number of people. So we won't speculate on that, but man, there is a sight for Seattle fans. Back in the middle 1950s, Nick Kish and all his Detroit friends stole the Gold Cup from us, took it back to the Big River. Sometimes you can get caught up just watching the images from our drone pilots. They do just an incredible job getting us closer and closer to the action. And more importantly, they show us looks and films and aspects of boat racing that we never see and haven't seen in the past. And if you talk to Lisa Cornier and talk to Brian Montgomery, he will tell you it is all about the show. And I'm telling you, for 2024 H1 Unlimited with these 5 new drones, we are going to have a better show than we've ever had. And Brian Montgomery has assured me of that. It is going to happen. I have full trust in this kid. Brian will make it happen. Top end of the race course. Look how small that boat looks up there. See what kind of a view we're getting there. You see it on the monitor there. Just how small that boat looks. And I tell you, if you're over here and walk through the pit area and you put that boat, which is pitted very, very closely to the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company, they look like they must run in different classes. The size is so different. And what you notice is mainly the difference is in the width of the boats. As the Thriftway comes down here one more time. This is before the three-point concept was really understood. And the idea with this hull, the 3 points, was the boat would only make contact with the water at 3 specific points. That would be the trailing edge off each of the sponsons on the left and right, and then one blade of a propeller in the water. But the part of it they really hadn't mastered yet was the air trap and the air tunnel under the boat. And with some of the things that occurred in the late 60s and the early 70s, people began thinking that we're getting too much air under these boats and we've got to calm them back down. And then there was some very smart people who looked at it with a different lens and said, I don't think we're getting enough air under these boats. And then you saw the transom starting to get wider. You saw the hull starting to get wider. And then we had the evolution to the boats we have of today that are so much bigger. As we cut away back to the pit area, looks like it's, well, there's a lot of activity down there, and it looks like it's also going to get quite loud. Is that the U11, the Mercury Coffees Company, that is in the water? We've also got the, I believe that is GP10 that is sitting in the water. So lots of activity and plenty of boats. Plenty of action here in the Tri-Cities of Washington on the Columbia River. It is the H1 Unlimited Tri-Cities annual preseason testing session, the Spring Splash, presented by Pape Machinery, Park Golf, Triplex, and certainly the good folks at Apollo. It's quiet for a moment. We will step away from the microphone. We will be back as soon as we have more action on the Columbia River. Back here on the Columbia River at the H1 Unlimited Tri-Cities annual preseason test session, the Spring Splash presented by Apollo. Looking up toward the top end of the race course, we've got an unlimited hydroplane on the water. That would be the U-12, the Graham Trucking, with young Bobby King behind the wheel. Bobby was a rookie last year here in the Tri-Cities. He also was our H1 Unlimited 2023 Rookie of the Year. This is a very accomplished driver and a terrific young man. He hails from Shelby Township in Michigan. He was born in Ontario, Canada, but right now he finds his way halfway down the front straightaway here on the Columbia River in the red and black Graham Trucking, the U-12. I mentioned earlier when Bobby was out on the race course, this is a very, very famous H1 Unlimited hull. This is the former T6 Miss Budweiser, for those of you that keep track of that sort of thing. Bernie Little and the Miss Budweiser racing team campaigned many, many hulls over the years, but this particular one was the 6th of the turbine hulls that they ran, the 6th and final boat. This is the boat that was developed by the Budweiser racing team to comply and to be more competitive with the fuel restrictions. The boat was built in 2000, and it was built to be light, be able to handle less fuel and go as fast. And this young man can handle that part of it. Good to have the red and black back on the water. Bobby King began driving in 2011 in a 2.5-liter stock hydroplane. He turned that first lap at 152.583. 152.583. We're checking right now to just see how that compares, to give a little context to that speed, how that compares with some of his other speeds so far. And I've just got thumbs up that his previous quick lap was 150 and change. So that one at 152 is pretty much a 2-mile-an-hour jump from what he'd done earlier. And as we see out here many, many times, the second lap and many times the third lap can be quicker. See if that's true for Mr. King. I mentioned Bobby King was our 2023 H1 Unlimited Rookie of the Year. And when he got the trophy, he told me a little bit of a story about it. The young man was, I believe it was 1994. He was born in 1994. His father, Jimmy King, won the H1 Unlimited Rookie of the Year in 1994, the year he was born. And then in 2024, Bobby got the trophy, and they hang his father's trophy in the shop. It's the first thing you see, I guess, when you walk in the front door. And he said it was very ceremonial and enjoyable when he got to put his Rookie of the Year trophy alongside that of his father. So Bobby's coming slowly down the front straightaway, lap number 2, 151.184. If this was the Columbia Cup, we'd all be looking at each other as he comes slowly down the front straightaway, and we'd say, all right, he's going to work on some timing runs here. I think we will save that until we get a little bit later in July. I'm talking about him winning. We're talking about his father winning the Rookie of the Year award in the year that Bobby King was born, that being 1994. And I'm just handed a note here. I'm not sure I understand the top part there, the June 1994. Oh, now it's because I couldn't read your scribble there. Whose first race? So Jimmy King's first race was the week that Bobby was born. That's what we were doing. I thought you were going in a different direction. Sometimes the stat man, he's got such good stats that, and then we'll give you a piece of paper when we get to Guntersville, young man. You can write something down we can all read. So it was June the 2nd, and it was the Gold Cup, June 4th and 5th. That was the weekend that Bobby King was born in 1994. Jimmy King went on to claim the Rookie of the Year honors that year. It took me a while to get there, Mr. Kish, but thank you. Clearly it's testing session for the announcer, too. Sounds like we've got a little Grand Prix action coming away from the water. Should be the GP17, I'm being told. And it is. We are working diligently to get a couple of people up here for some interviews. I'm going to step away from the microphone for a moment. You are watching H1 Unlimited's coverage on our YouTube channel of the Water Folly Spring Splash presented by Apollo, along with Columbia Park Golf Triplex and Pape Machinery.
didn't know it was cool. So everybody, yeah.
Welcome again back to the Tri-Cities of Washington and the Columbia River. This is Brad Luce with H1 Unlimited, and welcome back to H1's coverage of the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason testing session, the Water Folly Spring Splash, presented by Apollo. It is quiet right now on the river. It hasn't been for very much of the time here today, as we have had a lot of activity on the water. One of our Grand Prix boats, unfortunately, went dead in the water up the front straightaway, and we're going to drag that boat back toward the pit area. And as soon as we get him cleared, we will have more action on the river. But in the meantime, I want to step over here, and I want to welcome to our little broadcast position Mr. Mike Denslow. Mike, welcome to our little broadcast spot here on the H1 live stream.
No, I love it. This is great. This is where all that money went, huh?
This is where all the money went, and all the money that you approved. And I say he approved it because this guy right here is chairman of the board of H1 Unlimited, but you wear two hats. Maybe that's why there's two of those. Yeah. You are also chairman of the board of Hydrotown. We've got a new organization leading the charge this year. You are kind of at the point of both of those organizations. Maybe you can talk a little bit about the difference between Hydrotown and H1 Unlimited.
Absolutely. We started Hydrotown because we saw the need to promote H1. And so we got some outside investment. Myself and a few others ponied up some money and basically said, we want to do this better than it's been done in the past. We feel like, we're all lifers, hydroplane lifers, right? So we wanted to get back to some glory days and make a better fan experience. And if you have a better fan experience, more people come. If more people are coming, more sponsors want to get involved. So that's the simple business idea, is that if we make things better, people will come and sponsors will follow, and then money helps make the world go round.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I know you've got a vision beyond certainly 2024, or at least you better, because It's not going to happen overnight.
Well, the thing that did happen overnight is we got with you, and you're on the board now, and you championed the new live stream group, and we put a lot of money into making the live stream better and more consistent. And as people will see during the season, we plan on having a pit reporter. You'll be calling the race, and we'll have somebody on the docks being able to interview drivers as they come off. We want more consistency. I know we've been to some of these race sites, and the challenge is internet access. A lot of these venues, hey, we're in a park. There isn't, you can't plug into a fiber connection, right? So we've got some investment there as well. And as you know, and if people out there don't know, Brad has been involved since November, December, board meetings every 2 weeks, phone calls every week. I mean, just go, putting this together. And I just want to say thanks to the live stream team, the guys, Nick, Gio, Mickey, and Tana, and others, and Daryl Strong, because he believes in this too, and he's put his money where his mouth is.
Yeah, it was a journey that began. Nick pulled it together. Of course, the stat man would do that sort of thing.
Yep.
He knows exactly the day. But it was basically a journey that began 95 days ago. And we were very short on people. We were very short on equipment. And, yes, the last 4 nights got a little long. And these guys look like they need toothpicks in their eyelids. The old man bailed and went to bed last night at some point. But they have worked so hard. I'm so proud of this group. I know you are, too. And this equipment, these guys. And that one standing up on top of the truck up there, they made it happen.
Yeah, they did make it happen. And we always knew the goal. We knew when we were going to have to go live, and you guys made it happen. I'm very proud.
And the piece I want to say, I've said it to you, but I want our fans to hear it out there. Nick has told me, Nick Kish, he has told me that when we get done today and we go home and we sit down and we relax finally for the first time in 95 days, that he's going to look at me and say, okay, there, we just completed the worst live stream we will have of the whole season. So it's only going to get better.
Well, what I was thinking is all these boats are out here testing, and we're testing too. We're testing the live stream equipment. We're testing processes. Oh, yeah, and the other thing, we bought 4 new drones. I mean, we didn't even talk about that, but we got all new drones this year, and bigger and better. So we're pretty excited what this season's going to look like for the fans out there.
Let's talk a little bit about the boats. Everybody wants to talk about boats. We got 7 boats here.
Yep.
A very good field, and it's never, it's an easy thing to say, but it's never about quantity. It's about quality. There are 7 very fast hydroplanes down there, and we got more than that coming. Talk a little bit about the field and how you see it for 2024.
Well, the thing that Daryl Strong, Charlie Grooms, and Shannon Rainey, Kelly Stockland, and all of us have been doing is talking to people who own hydroplanes. And we want to see those boats come off and get out here. And one of them is the Charlie Wiggins U-27 is going to join the circuit. The plan is for Alabama for them to get the boat going there, and then definitely in Tri-Cities in Seattle, and hopefully we can rally them to do a couple more races as well. But, yeah, we talked a lot to Rob Graham in the offseason. We talked a lot to Greg O'Farrell in the offseason. And Dave Bardish is a name, Ted Porter. I mean, we talked to a lot of people about getting back involved and seeing what we're doing. And I think we've got a lot of eyes on us this year to say, okay, you guys said you're going to make some changes and make things better, but what is it really going to do? Let's see. So after this season, we hope to be adding, a couple more boats next year.
Couple more boats. I know there's been talk about additional race sites. I know that vision is always out there. Take us new places.
Yeah, Penticton in British Columbia has been in contact with us. They were excited about 2024. I guess there was some changeover with some different things in local government, so now they're talking about 2025. That would be a great northwest triangle, wouldn't it?
No, it would.
Okay, Tri-Cities, Seattle, Penticton. Obviously, Detroit wants to come back. We did a lot of work there and trying to make that pull together. It just got started a little too late. Hopefully we'll be able to secure that one back for next year. And, yeah, there's other people talking. There's a couple places in Texas that are talking to us about wanting to have races. And so we're just trying to put together a platform that we all can be proud of that attracts more people, attracts more sponsors, attracts more money, and just on and on and on. That's the plan.
Get the snowball running down the hill.
Yep.
So we've talked about race sites. We've talked about boats. We've talked about changes within H1. Another big piece to the puzzle is sponsorship dollars are the lifeblood of this sport and any motorsport. We've got some nice new big sponsors that have stepped up. Apollo sponsoring this particular event here today and other things, including a boat. Talk a little bit about the sponsorships.
Well, one of the unsung heroes of this sport, and I hope he's watching right now, is a gentleman out of Seattle. His name is Steve Lamson. And Steve is the H1 sponsor guru. He makes a lot of phone calls. He makes a lot of things happen. And he did help pull the Apollo sponsorship together. I've met last night the owner, Morgan, of Mercury's Coffee, and they're really excited to get involved with our sport, so we're happy with them. And at one point this year, we had potentially more sponsors than boats.
Yeah, that's true.
And we were trying to get some people off the shelves, and it was a little too late for them. They didn't have crews, and they didn't have everything put together. So we think that momentum is moving in the right direction, and I'm looking for a great year this year, but even a better 2025.
One of my favorite sayings that I used to use in business, and these guys here that are making sure that the picture is better than looking at you and me or watching boats on the water, but I always like to say crawl, walk, run.
Yep.
And unfortunately, with the short window that we had here to put the live stream together, we said we're just going to hit the ground and run. And these gentlemen here that you already alluded to, they've made it happen. This is a very, very special group.
Absolutely. I wish I could have come out to the shop more. But
we do too.
I mean, oh my gosh, I don't know if I would have helped except maybe bought some food and drink. That's my my ability to help with this kind of level of technology.
And we're going back east to some races and some venues I know you've never been to. As a fan, you started out with that. You're a lifer, so am I.
Yeah.
We're going some places you've never been. You looking forward to that?
Alabama and Madison. Oh yeah, I'm. Been talking to Katie in Alabama and looking forward to that. I've been to the city of Madison, just not during race weekend, and hopefully the humidity is not what I hear, and it's a little nicer for us. But I'm actually, look out there, you see Josh Culver running by in his local hydroplane. So yeah, I am looking forward to going back east. It'll be good fun.
It is a lot of fun. And yesterday we had a media day. It was a big deal. And, it actually worked out real well. It's something we wanted to do for many, many years. I had the good fortune of conducting it because we were short a particular individual, but that was okay. I got to sit down with all the drivers, and I literally had 5.5 pages of questions. Some of them related to boat racing and how they got started. Some of them I wanted to know what their favorite toppings were on pizza. One of the questions had to do with Guntersville and that race course and that event. And the question was, what's your favorite part about Guntersville? To a person, the people. Yeah. Everybody talks about the hospitality. And then, oh, yeah, by the way, the food, too. Not bad. And the race course is good. There's a reason Katie Norton and her group has won the race side of the year so many times.
Yeah, no doubt. And I remember when they came to Tri-Cities, they were trying to bring back Alabama, and they came to Tri-Cities 2 years in a row just to see what we were doing here. And all that hard work is paid off when they're putting on a great race down there.
In 2017, we had the H1 Awards Banquet up here off Columbia Center Boulevard at the Red Lion up there, and that was when Katie hired me to come down there. And on stage, we introduced her, and she said, that Race Side of the Year award, we're going to win that thing. We're going to come up and grab it. And I think she's won it about 4 times.
Yeah, I remember. They put on, it's more than just a hydroplane race, right? It's an event. It's a week-long event, and that's what we want to get to. Obviously, Seafair does that. Tri-Cities does that. We don't want to just turn it into a race. We want to have a lot more things going on. Like tonight, we've got a concert, and let's turn it into, let's attract more people down there for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, it is so much more than just a boat race.
Yep.
And you go to one of these communities, Tri-Cities included, it's more than a boat race. It's the people. It's the events. It's the parade in Madison. It's the street fair in Guntersville.
Exactly.
That's what it's all about. And so we're going to try and do a better job live stream-wise of capturing some of that on video so we can incorporate it into our broadcast, because hydroplane racing is an event, and it's more than what happens on the water.
Absolutely, and that's what, investing in this equipment and these people was for, to show the race and have a high quality, coverage of the event, but then also let's get around, let's see what some of these crew guys are doing in between heats. Let's ask an owner, hey, what happened here? Let's get some real live feedback. It's great to watch races. It's great to listen to you and Jeff Ayler and others, but we want to dig in. We want people to get that much closer to this sport.
And that's where a dedicated pit reporter is going to come in. And as you mentioned earlier, we're going to have it.
Yep.
Erica Allreed is going to be with us. Can't wait to work with her. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, she was on the Speed Sport coverage last year in a couple of the race sites, and a lot of the drivers really, she got out of them. She's professional, and she got a lot out of them, and we're looking forward to having her around.
we're also looking forward to keeping you around. And for all of you watching out there on the live stream, this is the guy. He's kind of the tip of the spear. A lot of people working really hard, and I know you'll deflect and all that, but I also know you personally are working very hard. We wish you the absolute best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Brad, and all the help that you've done and the live stream team. Here's to a great 2024.
Well, these are the guys that are making it happen, and one of them up there.
Gio.
Where's Gio? The guy's been in the hot sun the whole time. But thanks for walking up here. And you see Daryl down there, somebody kick him our way. We'd love to chat a little bit, but thanks for coming up.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Make it happen. Mike Denslow. So, back out on the water. You mentioned Josh Culver, young man from right here in the Tri-Cities, Culver Racing. Got that 1 liter. And, oh, by the way, since you still got the headset on, that dude can drive that little thing. It flies.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've known his dad for a long time, and Josh he's been groomed to drive a boat, and he's out there showing what he can do.
Well, he does a good job. So do you. I'll let you get back to work.
All right. Thanks, Brad.
Mike. Mike Denslow, chairman of the board of H1 Unlimited and Hydrotown. He is the man with, amongst others, he's the man with the vision and how they intend to grow this sport and move it forward. And so we, as hydroplane fans across the country, certainly wish him the very best, because if he's successful, we get more racing. So Josh Culver having a good time out on his favorite river in his brightly colored 1 liter. Welcome back to the Columbia River. It is the Tri-Cities test session, the Water Folly Spring Splash, presented by Apollo. And rocking and rolling on the front straightaway, the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. It is Corey Peabody. Corey is a busy guy when it comes to the Strong Racing stable. He not only drives the boat, one of the two boats in that stable, but he also drives the truck. And he is the team general manager, so a busy guy working for Darrell Strong. He went up to the top end of the race course, came down very quickly, and has now come off the corner, and the boat appears to be dropping down in the water dead, and that is exactly what's going to happen. So unfortunately, I thought maybe we were going to see some hot laps here. Corey had a quick lap so far today, just north of 160 miles an hour. I thought maybe we'd see another one, but not going to happen apparently right now. Yeah, his fast lap was 160.034. Corey Peabody, our defending Columbia Cup champion. And as I mentioned earlier in the day, Corey had, I believe it was, in fact it was indeed, our only perfect weekend of the year last year. And a perfect weekend is defined as you are the top qualifier, you win every heat of competition, you also win the final and walk out of here with the big trophy. Corey was able to do that. Corey also got his first win here on the Columbia River. When I was talking with Mike Denslow, I mentioned that we had the media day yesterday, and I got to sit down with all of the drivers and ask them a very wide variety of questions. And I asked Corey about this particular race course and if he liked it, and he said it will always be very, very special to him because of that first win here. It was the first win for Darrell and Vanessa Strong, his owner, and so that was a big deal. He's since won here again. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to handle a race boat, and he's also a terrific young man. He lives in Covington, Washington. Again, for those of you on the live stream that have no idea where that is, it is over on the west side, outside the greater Seattle area. He was born in Bellevue, Washington, which is just across Lake Washington from downtown Seattle. Those of you on the live stream getting a very, very good look right now of the new color scheme and layout on the U9, the Beacon Plumbing. Corey has popped the lid. He has not yet jumped out of the cockpit, but the boat is absolutely gorgeous. It seems to have more color to it. Looks a little different. Looks a lot different, as a matter of fact, from a year ago. Both of the boats from the Strong Racing stable have a quite different look for 2024. We hope to see the newly minted U1, the Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly back out on the water as Corey Peabody is going to pull himself out of the cockpit. When he gets done, and right on cue, when he gets done, it appears we will have the GP20 and Big Ed Preston back out on the race course, and then he will be followed by Corey's teammate, J. Michael Kelly, and the Beacon Electric. So Corey's going back and looking under the bonnet here, not sure quite what he's looking for. But Corey's having a look-see there. He acknowledged the patrol boat was there, but the patrol boat to this point is staying away. You heard Mike Denslow talk about brand new drones. We talked a little bit about the new drones and the pilots. Brian Montgomery getting those shots for us here that you're seeing. Just excellent work, and it appears now that Corey Peabody has told that rescue sled, yep, I'm unable to get this thing quickly fixed and get it back up and running under my own power, so yeah, come and get me and take me home. So we'll have a bit of a delay here as we grab the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, our defending Columbia Cup champion. Want to go back to last night one more time and talk about the drivers' media session that we had. Corey Peabody, his boat clearly was the quickest boat last year. It was very, very fast. He was top qualifier on a number of occasions, and had he not had a disabling breaking of the strut in his second heat at Madison, probably would have been our national high points champion at the end of the year. As it was, he finished in second place despite missing basically half of one of 4 races. So you can imagine the impact that would have. Yet still, he managed to finish second in the national high points. He is absolutely laser focused on making sure that does not happen again, and he made no bones about it. His best friend on the planet is J. Michael Kelly, his teammate, who was our defending national high points champion, and he made it pretty clear that's not going to happen in 2024, and if it does, JMK is really going to have to earn it. So there was talk when Darrell Strong put 2 boats on the water that, yeah, one will be the number 1 boat and somebody else will be the number 2 boat. Not in that camp. They go out and they fight tooth and nail. They fight for equipment among each other within the Strong organization. So that is 2 independent teams, and they are very, very strong and competitive. No pun intended, but it certainly fits. When Mike Denslow walked away, I asked for him to be sure and tap Darrell Strong and see if he can send him up here. I would imagine Darrell would certainly stay down in the pit area until his U1 Beacon Electric gets out here, but hopefully then we will have the opportunity to see him. But I say but, and then I step away for just a second because I am joined up here, Mike Denslow, doing everything he can to make the show better. We just got done talking about that. He shows up, A, with a golf cart, and B, with Dustin Echols. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great.
Yeah, step back out of my little white line here. How about this? This is new. It's not as good as yesterday. Not as good as yesterday. In fact, I was just talking about our media session yesterday, and from your perspective, what did you think of that?
I thought it was really well run. It was exciting. It was all new stuff for me. I'm not a guy that gets into that side stuff very often, so it was new. It was fun to learn.
I learned you need to spend more time out on your deck with your family. That was impressive to a couple of people. We even talked about it last night. I like Dustin. He's got that was your perfect lazy day, right?
That's it. It doesn't get any better than that.
It doesn't get any better than that. So this is a test session, obviously, and here you are finally seeing how all of the work that's been done in the off season, if you stepped in the right direction, the wrong direction. So far, how's it going?
It's all smiles down at the 40 camp. We came into this weekend with a lot of hopes, thinking, well, I hope this works. And Adam Bratvold had a lot of ideas on our engines. Kelly and Taylor, working on gears and propellers. And we all worked on a lot of aero stuff on the boat, trying to get it settled down. Last year, it was really, really loose. And, we thought if we can settle this thing down, it's going to be, a lot easier for me to drive, and it's going to be faster. And today, the boat is just perfect. It rode so nice, and we light. And the speed's there. We didn't go after it today, but we were just so excited about what we saw.
Yeah, I made the comment that I thought the boat was landing a little hard on the front end, especially earlier in the day, but still the speeds were up. They were strong.
Yeah, it's a fine line of getting them too loose and or too stuck to the water. So if I can control the boat and get it looser if we want, then that's where we want to be.
Well, and you talked about the boat being really fast. You talk about Guntersville being very fast. You also said you like that a lot. When's Dustin's birthday? When's your birthday?
Today.
Today is your,
yeah.
well,
what a great way to spend my birthday,
absolutely.
Right?
Now, you see, this is an assistant over here. Show me that sign, Tana. Hold that up. This is what was holding over your head. It says Dustin's happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, man, yeah, this doesn't get any better, does it?
No. If I knew I was going to be driving unlimited hydroplanes on my birthday on the Columbia in perfect weather with a great crowd, I never would have believed it.
Well, I want to go back to what we were talking about. You said that course down in Guntersville is very, very fast. Yeah, you proved that last year. Talk a little bit about that 171 mile an hour plus lap you laid down.
Yeah, those record runs, when you're trying for them, they don't happen. So we approached it as just another run, go out there and see what it'll do, and I came on the radios and saying, "Hey, that's a good one." And so it was a pretty cool event for us, and of course we're excited to step it up because we would say, well, if we would have done this different, wow, sky's the limit. So we're excited to go out there and give it another shot.
Well, and it's going to be fun down there. They're going to run that big course again. They're going to put some more buoys in the corners there for you. You're going to have 9 buoy corners. That was a little bit of an issue last year, I understand.
Yeah, it's a great big lake, and it's a big course, and trying to pick up where the next buoy is even going the speeds we're going, it's a little tough. The outer course markers sometimes were closer to us than the next buoy, but all these guys have been driving a long time, and once you get adjusted to it, it's pretty good. It's just going to be a lot better with more buoys out there.
Unfortunately, last year you had a difficult time in Madison, Indiana. You scared us all to death when you pulled the high wire act and the boat went all the way around. Does that stick in the back of your mind when you go back out here?
Not really. If we didn't know why it happened, then yeah, it would be eating on me pretty good. But right away, the guys knew about that sponson bottom coming apart, causing the whole accident. We went through the boat this off season, making everything tip top, and it's the furthest thing from my mind right now.
Very good. You and I spoke yesterday. A couple of questions I asked you. I want to go back and touch them again. One was Kelly and Sharon Stockland brought you into the unlimited ranks. They gave you the opportunity to do it. No, you have yet to claim your first racing win. You've won some heats, but you haven't claimed an entire event on the H1 circuit. But I know you, and I got a hunch your owners have never done that either, and I got a hunch you would like to do it for them more than anything else. What would that mean to you?
It would mean the world. When Dave was driving for him, I really thought he had that San Diego race wrapped up until the late call, and I was so excited for the team. I wasn't there. I was with my daughter at a race. I was so excited for him, but deep down I was disappointed because I have such a history with Kelly and Sharon and Taylor and all these guys going back, working so hard. I thought, man, I really wanted to be there for that. The first one is so important. It's so special. And I was a little disappointed. Of course, it was devastating when Dave didn't win that. But I thought, well, this gives me a chance. So it's going to happen. We're working too hard. We have some great equipment, and we're paying our dues, and it's going to happen. We're going to make it happen. You are going to make it happen. As I said yesterday, I just want to make darn sure I'm in the pit area when that happens, because I got a hunch there's going to be a party. I'd like to be a part of it. It's going to be a good one. I promise you that.
It is going to be a good one. Last year we had an awful lot of fun, you and I and your team. After this test session was done and the whole thing with the whole team coming on camera and all that, talk a little bit about the camaraderie on that team and how important that is that everybody gels together.
Yeah, Kelly and I were talking about that last night, and he stepped back and said, I'm a lucky guy. He says, the group of people we have here, and we all get along so well, he says, this doesn't happen, and Kelly, every year, he says, what are our goals? And he looks back and says, we're doing it. We are doing it right now with the great group of people we have, so we couldn't really ask for any more. And, even when we break the boat up and we have a really rough weekend, and I'm feeling down, these guys, they don't let you feel down. They get right back to it, and they work the tails off, and we come back swinging again.
Everybody wants to see more boats on a circuit. We want to see 12. We want to see 14. We want to see a full field with 6 in the A section and the B section. We don't have that right now. But, man, oh, man, have we got a field of fast boats and a lot of parity. Talk about some of that competition down there.
I can never remember a time, I'm a fan of the sport, before anything. I can't remember a time where it was this competitive. It's just absolutely incredible. There'd usually be 1 or 2 boats. You always had the front runner. Right now, it's really anyone. You got some great new sponsors coming into the sport, and they are bringing the level of racing, all the way to the tippy top. And, of course, the strong boats are fast, but I don't think anyone has an advantage right now.
Well, and that's what makes it really good. And I tell people, go back and dial up some of the stuff on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel. Go pull up some of the older races and then compare it to what we did last year. There's no comparison to the level of competition. We had so many close races last year. It was awesome for the fans.
And it makes it tough, for us drivers, because we have to absolutely be on our A game every second we're here on the weekends. It doesn't matter if it's qualifying or a final heat. Everything you do matters, and it really makes it tough, but it's exciting.
So when a competitor out here, a pretty tough guy like J. Michael Kelly is on the water, do you watch him closely?
I do. I try to. We get so busy down here with stuff going on, it's hard to take to walk away, but especially being down here at the booth, you get to see, a great view. And, he does a great job out here. I like to see him in the rearview mirror better than watching him here from the beach.
Oh, it's a much better view. It's a much better view looking at him in the rearview mirror. Yeah, you can come down here anytime you want. So my last question, very simple, and you've already alluded to it. You having fun?
Absolutely. Yeah, this event has just become so neat. We've been doing this for a long time, but it seems like it's gotten a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger. And now you look around, this is great. I mean, it's just such a fun time, and we get to run these boats and, you know, try all the stuff that we've been working on and enjoy some warm weather before we head back into the hot weather. So.
Well, I got news for you. This is the weather we're going to have during the Columbia Cup. We ordered it up this morning. We'll make it just like this. And if you believe that, as we look at a great drone shot, this guy right over here, Brian Montgomery, is doing that. And we've got these new drones this year, and the shots are just awesome.
It's incredible. You know, I love going home and sitting on that deck you spoke about and watching some good H1 racing and the stream and all the drone stuff. It's incredible. It's awful hard for us to make an excuse when we make a mistake as a driver and say, I didn't do that, because they say, oh, yes, you did.
Yeah, you can't get away with it not anymore. Well, I know you're busy down there. Last question, you going to run again?
No, I think we're going to pack it up for the day. Yeah, it was a perfect day. Everything worked exactly the way we were hoping, and I think we're going to stop now and start cleaning up and maybe have some birthday cake.
Well, that sounds like a good deal. And the next time we will talk to you, then we'll be down having some of that southern hospitality and that good food you and I talked about yesterday. Sounds like fun. We'll see you in Guntersville, Alabama.
Can't wait.
Thanks for taking the time to come up here, Dustin. Really appreciate it. And happy birthday.
Thank you.
Dustin Echols right here, driver of the U40 Bucket List Racing, taking the time out to come up and pay us a visit. As he said, they are done for the day. J. Michael Kelly, last lap was 159.4, so just a tick below lap 2, about a half a mile an hour slower. Fast one so far, 159.9. He's definitely pulled his foot. And we will watch this come by. This being the U1, the Beacon Electric, one of two boats out of the Strong Racing stable. We're hoping to get Darrell Strong to come up here, and maybe after both his boats have run, albeit the 9 not so well, and it is not yet back to the pit area. It is down by the Blue Bridge. So both of these boats are going to get back pretty much at the same time. They'll assess things, and hopefully we can get Darrell to come up here and pay us a visit. You're watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason test session on the Columbia River. It is the Water Follies Spring Splash presented by Apollo, Columbia Park Golf, Triplex, and Pape Machinery. It's quiet on the Columbia for the time being, so we will take this moment to step away. We will be back as soon as we've got more action on the water. This is Brad Lou saying, don't go away. We'll be right back. I said it wouldn't take long until we had more activity on the Columbia River, and it is the U11 with the new sponsor, Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. Brand new sponsor for Scott and Shannon Rainey. I mentioned earlier about their shop being in Cle-Elum, Washington. Again, for those who weren't with us this morning, Cle-Elum, if you look at the state of Washington and put a pin in the center of the state, you'd be close. It's on I-90. It's a very cool little burg, fun place to go visit. And if you find your way there, man, reach out to Scott and Shannon. They're very accommodating people. See if you can't swing by, maybe get a quick look at the boat. The Rainey family is so heavily involved with H1 Unlimited Racing, the H1 Unlimited organization as a whole. Mother Shannon is on the board of directors. We have Ashley up here. Their daughter, she works for H1 Unlimited. She's got the H1 Unlimited shirt on and not the Mercury's Coffee Company, the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. So Jamie Nilsen out on the race course. He was out earlier today. We'll see what kind of speeds he did. Thumbing through some pages here. The U11 had a quick lap of 158.537. 158.537. And I mentioned when he ran that they were kind of made eye contact with a couple of people here in our little broadcast position that, Shannon, who was happy with the 155 a year ago, might start sniffing that 160 number. A nice corner at the top end for Jamie Nilsen. Could it happen? You never know. Coming down the front straightaway, Jamie Nilsen in the U11 Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. Boat really sitting light on the front end, but very, very stable, and that's what it takes to go fast. Jamie Nilsen, one of the best drivers on the circuit at finding and fighting for and obtaining that inside lane. Won a number of heats last year. They finished in fourth place in national high points last year with 4,146 points. We talked to, look at Brian Montgomery, brings that drone back, sets it down like the professional he is on the landing pad just to our left. But I mentioned to Dustin Echols that one of these days it is going to happen for the Bucket List Racing Team, the U40. They are going to get an H1 Unlimited victory. It's going to happen for this team as well. Jamie Nilsen will come across, and I look to my right. We have been joined by Darrell Strong. We'll get him on here in just a minute. Waiting for a scratch. The first lap was 153. Next one, 154. And Jamie's pulled his foot going up the backstretch, so I think I'll step over here. See if we can find Mr. Strong here. See that big white line back there? If you Mike Denslow's just doing a fine job. We need you around during Columbia Cup weekend to bring all the interviews up to me. Oh wait, we have a pit reporter, so we got somebody who can do that. Darrell Strong, how are you, my friend?
I am doing great.
Are you having a good day?
Yeah.
What happened to the 9? Corey went out and he went dead up there. They had to bring him back. Do you know what happened?
I heard that he, like the oil pressure or something in the gearbox. Don't quote me exactly, but something where he just shut it off.
So he saw it.
He saw it, shut it off. They towed it back in. They'll check everything, and he'll go right back out.
Okay, so everything appears to be good, and he caught it early enough to shut it off. It's like feeling a vibration. You just say, I'll shut it off and take a tow back in. So we were just talking with Mr. Denslow.
Yeah.
And we had a good talk about Hydrotown. We talked about H1 Unlimited. We talked about sponsors. And look at that. Look at the Mercury's Coffee Company. What a great-looking boat.
That's a great-looking boat.
And a great sponsor for Scott and Shannon Rainey. Talk a little bit about that.
You know, Shannon told me they want to come to every race. And that's unusual with a sponsor, but I think it's great. That shows they're big race fans. So we like it.
You're obviously a big race fan, and you always seem to be dabbling in something new. Today you were actually playing interviewer, too. I saw you down there.
Yeah, I got to interview Mr. Brad Luce. You know what I learned in that?
What?
I don't get to talk that much.
Yeah, I think you referred to me as a mic stand.
I was the mic stand.
You obviously are a big part of Hydrotown, and you're a big part of H1 Unlimited. Talk a little bit about the vision moving forward with Hydrotown and the four of you. This group stepped up to make this sport better. Why did you do it, and what's the vision?
I did it because I'm in pretty deep now, and if the sport goes down, I got a room full of worthless stuff. No, really, you love the sport, and you look and you think if we had the right structure business-wise and we actually set this up better, I mean, you go to any race, you go to a drag race, a NASCAR race, IndyCar race, and our product is great. We just got to get it packaged right, and I think there's room for this in the sporting world.
And I know everybody's looking at what's going to happen in 2024, and we have to temper the outlook a little bit. It's not going to happen overnight, but I know you've got a vision beyond just 1 year.
Yeah, I think let's solidify. We got 5 races. Hopefully we get 6 races next year, and then let's take a breath and see where we're at. We've, I think, behind the scenes, our live feud, and Brad, you helped me on this. We bought a bunch of equipment. We're kind of more solid. We're not having to borrow big steel stuff.
Right.
We're putting together the structure for this. We got great people, and I just want to see structure. Little things just like setting up the right ledger in QuickBooks, setting up the right checking accounts, getting auto pays set up, doing all of that the right way, so it didn't hold the sport back.
Right. Well, I don't know if this is the first time. I know you were instrumental in us getting all of this live stream equipment, and there it is. There's your investment, and these are the guys. I appreciate the compliment. You were the one that gave me the key to the shop so I could get them in so they can work. I didn't do a whole lot.
I have no idea who has keys now.
If you don't have a key, raise your hand. Gio's got one now.
There's people there every time I show up.
Except I heard yesterday and last night when I got there that Gio was having a key, but I also understood you took all the keys out of the Jeep so he couldn't grab one and take off.
Yeah, I think we told him that. I don't think I did it. So it's like.
Talk a little bit about I was saying this to Mike. Everybody wants more boats. I want a dozen boats. I want 6 in the A section, 6 in the B section, what we call a full field. We haven't got that yet. Maybe down the road. But, man, have we got quality down there. Talk about the competition a little.
Well, you look at it, I think our 2 boats got better. I think the Madison boat, Goodman, is a great boat. I think the 40 is always a good boat. I think the 11 boat, the Mercury, they just get better every year, And you look at it, I think 5-6 boats, and really with the right circumstances, any of them could win. And I think there's 2 or 3 that whoever gets inside is probably going to win. And really, that's what we're all out here for. It's not to win every time, although I would love that.
You did.
But yeah, but it's to show up and know you got a race.
Yep. Talking with Mike, I said, go back and pull up on YouTube, pull up the races from the 80s and the 90s and compare that level of competition. Maybe there were more boats there, but compare that level of competition to what we had in 2023. 2023 had deck-to-deck racing every single race.
And if we wouldn't have run into weather back east, we would have some epic finals. Look when Dustin went over in the 40, and we had Dylan and J. Michael Kelly side by side, and you had Dylan actually on the inside of J. Mike. I would have paid money to see that finish.
Yeah, that was it. The fans in Madison, in fact, all our fans, we got cheated a little bit by Mother Nature on that one. She owes us another heat.
And the great thing about Madison is that long straight to the finish line. Is unique in our sport, and you can run somebody down.
You can.
In that straight where you can't anywhere else.
One of the timing marks we use on the start-finish line, and it's unofficial because you kind of just look at the shadow from the bridge, but, they run a bit to get to the bridge, but then it's another 12 seconds from the bridge to the start-finish, and you're right. You can run somebody down in that last shoot.
I think the 2 boats we're talking about, J. Michael Kelly and Dylan, had a photo finish. I think Mike barely edged him out in an earlier race.
Yep.
That could have happened again in the final.
We had the same thing go down in Seattle during the Gold Cup. I remember the boats coming to the finish line. I'm going, oh, this is going to be close. And I had to move a little bit to get a better view of the line. That's good stuff. That brings people back.
Well, look, we had the biggest crowd we'd had in 20 years in Seattle last year. And they walked away saying, this is the best race I've seen in years. And that's what you want.
It is what you want. I think I speak for all the fans across the country that are watching on our live stream or that are going to show up at our events. Thank you, Darrell Strong, for having the vision. This guy is bullish on hydroplane racing, H1 hydroplane racing. Correct statement?
It's correct. Yeah, you spit on me when you said that, but that's just no. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, we're done with this, you know.
Okay.
Would you take him off of the camera view? No, Darrell, for everything you've done, I know this guy, her, everybody here up and down the beach owes you a big thank you. And you can have my interview job anytime you want it. You're good at it.
Thanks.
Darrell.
You're great, Brad.
Thank you. Good luck this summer. Let's have some fun. I know we're going to.
All right.
Darrell Strong, owner of two of our boats on the circuit, the 1 and the 9, J. Michael Kelly, Corey Peabody, but also very instrumental in Hydrotown and H1 Unlimited. And right now, what you are watching on the H1 Unlimited YouTube channel right now, I'm telling you right now, it does not happen without Darrell Strong. Thanks, my friend.
Thanks.
We'll see you, bud.
All right.
All right, Darrell Strong. And I tell you what, we need to hire Mike Denslow. Because if you see what Denslow's got going on over here now, I see a golf cart with a whole bunch of Mercury's coffee folks coming up here. Hopefully they brought us some coffee. So we are going to have a discussion here with our brand new sponsor of one of our boats, going to be the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company, and I'm doing my best to get the Miss in there each time. Who we got here? We got Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. Again, this is not the same boat he drove last year. Looks identical to it. But this is the boat that Dylan Runny ran a year ago as the Miss Home Street. And you could have made the argument over the last few years that arguably this was the fastest boat on the circuit. And I'm going to make that comment because Corey Peabody is not anywhere near me because he would take issue with it. But that's what we like. So top end of the race course here, what do we have? A 166, Tana? Is that pretty much the best? 166, 165. I see a 166, 740. I'm catching on. I'm starting to catch on here. The mind's starting to click a little. Here he comes off the top end of the race course. Andrew Tate, driving for Miss Madison Racing. And this year, the big sponsor for Miss Madison Racing is, look at him just hang the right sponsor. You can see all the way underneath that sponsor, barely touching the water. That's when you know you're really moving. This is going to be a hot one for the Goodman Real Estate and Andrew Tate, young man out of Michigan. Let's take a look at his speed here. Now he's dogging it up there at 164. 164.645. Again, the quick one so far has been a $166. But you know, Andrew, boy, if there is a fierce competitor, it is this young kid. He is a professional driver. Look at the sponson again. He just picks it up, and then it just hangs in the air. He's got, look at it. Boy, that, every time you touch the water, it's drag, it's friction, and it's going to hold down your speed. I've got my new VIPs up here. I'm going to grab them. I'll have them on the stream here in just a moment. We'll see if we get another hot lap out of Andrew Tate. Another one. Oh, he duplicated it. 164.645. That's the second time we have had boats run identical laps back to back. Andrew has done it before. If this was a qualifying session, this would be the completion of the qualification attempt, but he can run 4 laps. He can run 5 or 6 if he wants. Andrew sitting in about lane number 3. Really run it. And I think that's going to be the end of it because he decided to kind of buzz the pit area that one when he came by us, as he did before he went way wide. But like that, he's already at the exit pin and shooting down the backstretch, and he pulls his foot. That's still not his quick one. It's 165.828, 165.828 miles per hour. This is the 2024 H1 Unlimited Test Session. It is the Waterfall, a spring splash. It is presented by Apollo. My name is Brad Luce. I am here with the H1 Unlimited live stream and media team and drone team. I tell you, everybody that's going to make this season happen is up here, and this is where it's all happening. But I am going to step away from the microphone for one moment. I'm going to introduce myself to a couple of new people off to my right. When I come back, I will have the brass from Mercury's Coffee Company. We're going to speak with Morgan Harris. I'll be right back. ready to go? Let's make this happen. Thank you very much, Mr. Kish. Our timing we will work on as we get through the season as Ed Preston heads back to the dock. First time that boat's been wet in 2 years after a violent crash down in San Diego. I talked to them earlier today. They were very pleased with how things were working. But I mentioned earlier I was going to come back with a special guest. I'm going to do that right now. I'd like everybody to meet somebody I just met myself, Mr. Morgan Harris. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you.
It is wonderful to have you here. You are, I get the owner. Is that a good way to put
Yeah.
it? The owner of Mercury's
Yeah.
Coffee.
Yeah.
And our newest sponsor on the H1
Yeah, it's
Unlimited
exciting.
circuit. It's exciting for us. Tell me, you guys, I love the colors. I'm a colorblind guy. I can see this. This is good. The boat looks fantastic.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about how this came to be.
I mean, as a young kid, I was always coming to the races with my dad. I've just been a hydroplane fan my whole life, and it's always kind of been a tongue-in-cheek deal with my dad. He had a roofing company growing up, and we were always talking about let's get a name on a boat, forever and ever. And the opportunity came along this year, and things aligned, and got to align with Scott and Shannon, and just decided to go for it.
And this is your dad that's here,
Yeah,
right? He's
yeah.
here with you,
Yeah,
being a
he's
part
here,
of it.
yeah.
So he's the reason it all
He is the
happened.
reason, yeah, 100%.
That's a good thing. So tell me a little bit about Mercury's Coffee. Tell me a little bit, how did the company get started, and what's your claim to fame?
Well, I mean, it's 25 years old at this point. I started it just out of college, and when I was 25, actually. Community-based, just, it's all about the connection and then spreading the love and just the customer service and the product quality. It's just the coffee is 100% organic. But, I mean, through and through, it's just about the people. It's about the people that work for the company and about the communities that we connect with. And I think, if you asked somebody who's a diehard Mercury's fan, they would say that, they love the product, but they love the face-to-face interaction that we give every day and that the people that they get to meet and that back and forth that we provide. It's kind of a lost art these days in customer service,
It is, unfortunately, and obviously I'm of a little different vintage. I'm a little on the older side, so I really like the return to more customer service and being more customer oriented. That's what I grew up with, and that's how it used to be, and I still think it has great value.
Yeah, 100%.
Obviously you do as well.
Yeah, I value it tremendously.
And as I told you off mic here, I'm not kidding about my son. My son, when he heard that you guys were sponsoring a boat, he was absolutely over the moon. Apparently, he's one of your top 5 customers.
That's awesome. Tell him I said thank you.
You're going to meet him along the way.
All
so
right.
where do we find you on the circuit? You going to come join us back east a
Yeah,
little bit? Or?
yeah. I'm planning on going to every race. The boat's going to be at every race.
Really?
Yeah, we're going to do all of them this year for sure.
That is outstanding. How did you meet Scott and Shannon?
Like I said, we toyed with becoming a sponsor a few times over the years, and I was in contact with some of the other teams, and I don't know how it all transpired, but Steve Lampson got a hold of me as I was talking with another team, and he introduced me through to Scott and Shannon.
You having fun?
Yeah, having a blast.
The boat just looks amazing.
Yeah.
I had seen pictures of it. I hadn't seen it until yesterday, and I was hugging Shannon really close with that whole team down, and I am so happy for them. And you put some mighty big smiles on their face.
They are great people, and that's some things happen like that for a reason. I think it's pretty amazing because their philosophy and how they operate and the way they treat people and the way we treat people as a company. The synergy there is really amazing.
And they are, as I said earlier on our little broadcast here, they are the working people of H1 Unlimited. Shannon's on the board of directors. We've got daughter over here. They're working. She's not wearing your color because she's working for H1 Unlimited. And Scott and Shannon are very, very involved. Scott's one of the smartest guys in this sport. I don't have to tell you that. You know all this good stuff.
Great guy, great people,
So tell me, you got a favorite boat growing up as a kid?
Oh, man, there's so many. There's so many boats.
Budweiser guy, Winston Eagle.
I think you had to like them all, of course, everybody liked the Budweiser, but I don't know. I can think of so many. Executone, going way back. I don't know. Yeah, so many. Just pop in my head.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I put you on.
Yeah.
Put you on the
Circus.
spot.
I just like. Yeah.
I'm colorblind, but That pink boat on the water, I always thought was gorgeous.
Yeah,
It was a
fun,
good-looking ride.
Yeah.
So, what's the expectation for 2024? What's a big smile on your face at the end of the season?
My expectation, really, I mean, racing and competing, it's everybody wants to win, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be doing it. But I think for me, I mean, I'd love to see wins, and I'd love to, win as much as we can and go fast. But I mean, I wanted to try to bring this sport, hopefully through my company, expose different generations that might not be as exposed to hydroplane racing. We have that customer connection through many different age demographics, that we see every day, and we have that ability to bring some of that in front of different people who might not be in it every day. And I think that's what would be fun for me, is allowing that synergy to kind of happen, and some other people to see how cool the sport is and fun, and that connection throughout.
Well, I certainly hope that happens. We will certainly do everything we can to make that happen. I really appreciate you coming up here.
Thanks so much for
this
having me.
This guy right here, Morgan Harris, he is the owner of Mercury's Coffee Company. I understand I am to refer to it, and I'm doing my very best of Miss Mercury's Coffee Company.
Yeah, Miss, the throwback.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
The throwback, yeah.
And Shannon drilled that into my head, so she's doing her part of the deal. Who we got all over? Looks like you got family members, some young guys.
Yeah. I got my son, Onyx, over there. There's 4. My dad, Mike, Ryan Oshman, Jonathan Casto. He's the director of operation, and his son, Jack. We're all over there, yeah.
That's great. I can tell you, part of the question.
Onyx.
Is he going to come over and join us? Oh, you might have to move. Oh, there, we got him on the camera now.
Give me that. Look.
Who we got? Look at this. Oh.
Look, we're both on the camera right there.
You're on TV. How you doing, bud? I can already see the comments that are going to be blasted all over the Facebook. People are going to say, we want one of these shirts. Where do we get one of those? Those are
pretty
nice.
Cool, huh?
And you got one. How about that? You having fun? Or are you? Okay, well, we don't want to push it too much further. Morgan, thank you for coming
thank you so much.
Here.
Thanks for having me.
I hope you have a great season. We are going to enjoy having you on the circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Morgan Harris, the owner of Mercury's Coffee Company, the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. We'll get it out every time we can. See you in Guntersville, Alabama.
Thanks a lot. See you there.
It's a lot of fun, man.
It is, yeah.
All right, there you go.
Right.
Our newest sponsor on the H1 Unlimited circuit. The river is quiet. Morgan commands quiet when he comes out, right? See, they just got real quiet for you. Thanks for coming up. We'll step away from the microphone right now. We will be back as soon as we get our next boat out on the race course. It is the 2024 H1 Unlimited and Water Folly Spring Splash, presented by Apollo, Columbia Park Golf Triplex, and Pape Machinery. Brad Luce saying we'll be right back with more action on the river. Back here at our broadcast position for the 2024 H1 Unlimited Spring Testing Session here in the Columbia River. We've had a lot of activity out on the water, and I am joined here at our broadcast position by one of the really fast guys here and a good buddy, all that good stuff, Andrew Tate, driver of the U91, the Goodman Real Estate. First of all, welcome to the Tri-Cities, my friend.
Yeah, it's great to be back. It's always a pleasure.
You've known this river for a long time, and here we go again. I think we were talking last night. This is like 4 times in a row you've come here with a different hull. You're in a new one this time. Tell me about the new boat. New to you. How about that?
Yeah, I guess it would be about the newest boat I've ever been in. So I'll call it new to me, new to the circuit. Well, newer to the circuit. But, man, they've put together a great piece, and we think we've run some pretty solid laps, and we've learned a lot. We've changed a lot, and I think every time out I get a little bit more and more comfortable, maybe a little bit too comfortable coming up the front chute that last time, but, you know, we're having fun. It's a lot of smiles.
That's good. 165.8, that's the top speed we've seen all day, so one would assume from that things are going well.
They're going well, and we'd like to think we could keep building on that, you know, so we're really encouraged right now with what's going on, and the guys are actually doing an engine swap right now. We're going to try and get out there one more time. We'll see what happens with daylight and the rest of the crew.
So talk about that a little bit, because it is a test session. You want to test multiple things. Are you learning stuff? Did you go the right way during the off season with this thing? What's the crew feeling? And you haven't been in it before, so you don't have a baseline yet.
Yeah, there is no real baseline for me. You know, I can kind of relate, I guess, to what I was doing last year. Some of the equipment, gears, engine, you know, skid fins. We've changed wings today. So it's a real learning experience. I'm kind of going in circles here because I got lost with your question. But we've continuously changed. We've made a change every time we've gone out on the water. And, you know, some are good, some are bad. You know, to have that reference and learn for July is where we're at.
But what we always say as broadcasters is you make a change and you go out and you go slower, and somebody might think, oh, well, they didn't learn anything. Oh, yeah, you learned a lot. You learned maybe that doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, 1 step forward, 2 steps back sometimes, and that's just the nature of racing and trying to go faster. If you don't try different things, you don't know. We could have another 2 mile an hour somewhere. If we're not willing to try things, we'll never know. So that's what this weekend's all about. And outside of getting comfortable with the boat, I think I'm about as comfortable as I can be out there by myself. Everything changes when you get into race water with people 10 feet off either side of you. So we'll see how that goes. We've
had a lot of conversations with people up there, and we talk about the team and the team dynamic. You've been with these guys now for a couple of years. Talk a little bit about driving for Miss Madison Incorporated and being a part of that Madison legacy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're the Green Bay Packers of the H1, right?
That's it.
The support back home in Madison in the Midwest is super strong, and it means a lot to myself to be a part of that. Being a Midwest kid out of Detroit, you know, to race for the town of Madison is a privilege and an honor. I grew up going to the parade and the fireworks every year and watching my dad race, and it's real special. Then on top of that, we have Goodman Real Estate team, and they've been enthusiastic, fun, and just a pleasure to work with. I mean, they're super supportive, and they're really, really glad to be a part of the series and the Miss Madison team. And, you know, it's to have that support is huge.
Talk a little bit about the competition down there. We don't have a dozen boats. We don't have 14. We all wish we did. However, there's an awful lot of speed down there and an awful lot of talented people you get to race with. Talk a little bit about the competition.
Yeah, the parity in the sport right now is probably gets closer from top to bottom every year since I've been coming here. And that's the competition and wanting to go out there and beat these guys, you know, it's an unlimited. We're not all going to have the same equipment. Everyone's doing different things. But if you look at the lap speeds, the times, a lot of people here know how to make them go fast. So it's going to make the racing and the different events trying to remain consistent super interesting.
I've talked to a number of people about our discussion yesterday when we had the media day, and the question was, why should someone come out and tune in? No, why should someone tune in? And your response was something along the lines of, they shouldn't tune in. They should come out and see this because, and you made the reference to basketball players and hockey players, you have to come out and see it to really experience it. It was like an infomercial, but talk about that a little bit because it really was an advertisement for H1 Unlimited Racing.
Yeah, I think we have a top-notch live stream team here, media team. But no offense, it doesn't matter how great you guys do. It's never going to do the sport. It's justice as like entirely, I guess, to put it, lack of better terms. Like to bring back basketball, you don't realize how tall the players are or how high they're jumping until you go to the arena or the court and you sit next to them and you see how amazing these athletes are, right? It's a lot. I relate that to the speed of what we're doing here. Just kind of the beauty of it, you know, the rooster tail, especially when you get a couple of these guys out next to each other. It's really amazing to watch kind of what we do. You know, I was just talking to someone on the dock before I got in the boat for that last round. I said, you know, you forget how big these boats are and how fast they go and how cool they sound until you come back for the first race or test session of the year, and it's like, oh, man, look at that guy out there. Wow, he's crazy. Oh, okay, I'm going to get in my boat now.
Well, and I made the comment this morning. You've said it before. I asked you a question yesterday, and I think you prefaced your answer with something. I don't know about a special memory because I'm a racer. This is what I do. And you do. You race all different boats, all different classes. Where are you headed next? We don't have a month until we go down to Gunnarsville. What's next for Andrew Tate? Where are you headed?
There's an outboard race up in Everett this weekend that I might go just hang out at, say hi to some old friends. Next weekend, I'll be in Decatur, Illinois. And I'll be there with the 350, the Pennzoil boat. After that, Alton, Illinois with the tunnel boat, the F1 boat. And then we go to Gunnarsville. So I think I've got all my weekends in a line there. But yeah, Gunnarsville, Madison, Valleyfield. And then that brings me to the middle of July where we might get a weekend off before coming back here to Tri-Cities.
How difficult is that? To drive different classes of boats? You're driving hydroplanes, outboard, tunnel boats. How difficult is that?
I think it's all relative. You just kind of have to have the right mindset and understand what boat you're getting into, what the tendencies of it are, strengths, weaknesses, acceleration rates when you're coming to figure out what you're going to do for the start and fighting for lanes. Honestly, I think it's the best way to practice. You know, we can't go wherever we want to go all the time and back our boat into the river and go test and make it go faster and learn. We have to shut down a waterway. We need rescue. We need all the safety equipment. We need a team to support us and take care of all the equipment. So there's a lot that goes into it. And the more I can sit in any kind of cockpit or kneel in any kind of cockpit on my knees, you know, I think the skills kind of transfer over no matter what.
And even in the off season, you find a way with simulators and so forth.
Yeah, I haven't done too much with the hydro sim, but I do enjoy playing F1. And I think the open wheel cars kind of relate more to hydroplanes and boats and what we do here than a lot of other things, stock car. But yeah, between hockey and that, that's my off-season gig.
You're a fourth-generation racer, so we don't have to ask how you got started. You didn't know anything different between that and playing hockey.
Yeah, hockey in the winter and racing in the summer.
That's a good life right there.
It really was. I was spoiled a little bit, and I recognize that. Hi, Mom. But it was awesome. Yeah, I mean, some of my earliest memories are going to Madison and being in the parade with my dad and watching the fireworks next to the boat or in the tent, riding a little tricycle around with my brother.
Now you are that guy. You're that guy on the boat in the parade.
Yeah. Yep. It's super special.
You're having a good time.
That's it.
Very, very good. He is Andrew Tate. He drives the U91, the Miss Goodman Real Estate. Different boat for him this year, but He's going to push. He's going to find a way out front. Thanks for coming up here. I appreciate
you.
it. And do us all one big favor.
Yeah.
Put it back in the water one more time, will you? It's
You
really
got
fun
it.
to watch. Go down there and make it happen.
That's the plan. I'll go see what they're up to.
There you go. Andrew Tate, fourth-generation racer and one of the very, very best. Look for him to push his way to the front. Andrew, good luck, bud. Thank you.
Okay, so that wasn't my whole story though. So anyway, we have this game camera, right? Well, there's a freaking cat about this big and about like that coming in and hunting mice. Mice where the chicken feed is. No, it's not our cat. And we don't see the cat during the day. We would not know that that cat was there except for the game camera.
I need to put some game cameras here. We got a half-mile long asphalt drive from Susan Marshall. Every once in a while, she sees a total black cat with white feet, and then once in a while there's one that's pure white, and now there's this tabby. That's what I was talking about when I bought some cat food where he was on our deck here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, they know who likes them.
Hey, we're animal lovers.
Oh, yeah.
We're done raising kids.
Yeah. Well, nice to meet you guys. You too.
Oh, yeah.
Do our best.
Come back in July, we'll be over there by that big White House.
We're here in July. We'll be just sitting down with the
All right.
Really, we got too much stuff going on. I got all kinds of projects I need to get. I was off. I had surgery December 7th. I was off for the 3rd of the year. We went in. I was bone on bone and all sorts of arthritis. We went in and then I had a big sister from the calcium department. Bone on bone. They took the sister. Took the bone off my arm. Put a device in my hand. I can only do this and this. And it was a full-on ordeal.
Wow.
So I got lots of problems.
I hear ya.
All right, you guys. Nice meeting you.
You're gonna die with the project.
I know. That's what's going to keep me alive. I have lots of kids, though. They're going to get me.
Yeah, you have a good night.
So when you guys going to get Detroit straightened out?
That's up to Detroit.
Huh?
That's
That's
Detroit.
just BS. They're till 5 is when they were going to quit, isn't it?
Yeah, the 11's back on the slings though. So. Yep. Yeah, it's being lowered right now. So we get to see Nilsen go back out.
Changed the colors but kept the same driver, huh?
Yeah, we got a brand new sponsor, and they're going to travel with us.
That Mercury?
Yep.
Yeah, where are they located at?
I didn't hear in the interview. I think either local or Oregon.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure.
They sure changed the color on it.
Yeah.
There's too many red, white, and black ones.
I was kind of hoping to see something different.
Yeah.
But it's good to have new people coming into the sport.
Oh man, when Bernie Little left back after 2000, I thought this sport was going to go away.
Yeah, no kidding.
It got pretty tough there for a while.
I'm just happy.
When Seattle decides not to even have
okay.
What?
The 11's in the water.
Yeah, I saw him lift it up.
A few years back when Seattle didn't even televise it on Channel 7, first year ever,
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we're here to try and keep the sport alive.
So how many hours of footage you get today?
Oh, geez. Since 9?
Huh?
Since 9.
Oh, yeah. So I can go home and you guys are on YouTube. I can
Yep. You should be able to watch today's stream.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe it's under 2024 preseason testing.
Yeah. I'll check that
Ignore the hiccups in the beginning.
I'm 73 years old, and I was born in Renton, Washington.
Okay.
And then we moved to Woodland in 1960, and I built a house 16 miles out of Woodland up on Lake Merwin. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
There's Lake Merwin, Yale, and Swift. I live 6 miles past the first dam. And I look out of my house, and all I see is water and trees. It's beautiful. I've lived on this property for 50 years, and I built 2 houses on it. And we've been hydroplane fans, though, forever. My grandparents were taking me in the 50s, Lake Washington. Through my teenage years, the 60s and part of the 70s, we used to take kegs of beer down to Lake Washington on the south end when it used to be close to Seward Park. The only year they ever raced at Sand Point in 1974, I was there. I can tell you about, I was here when the first Pay and Pack Turbine did a 1.5, ended up on his top. I was here when Dean Chenoweth, the Budweiser driver, died out here. I was up in Seattle when Myra Slovak was driving the Wahoo and flipped it and broke his hip. I could go. I was there when Bill Muncie ran into the Coast Guard boat out by the log booms when he lost his steering. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
But I could go on and on. What was it? Miss Urian or U.S. ran into the shore at Lake Washington up there.
That's so cool. I wish I could have been there for those. Not like just to experience it.
I started coming here in '69 and quit in '87. It was just getting too crazy. There was 3 or 4 people would die every year in that camp up there. I mean, it was crazy. And then we stayed away from it till I think 2015 we went down to San Diego, and that's when we got back into seeing them all now. Seattle here and Spokane. I mean, not Spokane, San Diego. But last year, San Diego lost their sponsorship partway through the year and didn't have races. Detroit's been, 3 years they haven't had races. I mean, it's nothing compared to what they used to have.
Right. Yeah, apparently we just got to wait for Detroit to get their stuff together. Because we've got crew members that are from Detroit. They're trying to get their stuff together.
Yeah, I know when you guys were first setting up, I started talking, but that's what he said he was from Detroit.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's what I said, when the hell's he speaking? You have to find out. Hey, it's good talking.
It's a pleasure. I'm Gio.
I'm Gary. Nice to meet you, Gio. Is your name on the TV and all for photographer and all that stuff?
It should be.
Oh, good. I know a celebrity. Remember this guy's name, Gio. So one more thing. The only one that really flew it was that left-hand turn go racing boat, isn't it? Right here, he got some air. Did you see any others that really got air like that?
Andrew Tate.
I didn't see him do it.
Yeah, he's like
He almost got out of shape, that go left-hand turn go racing boat. The checker. Yeah. Heck, I like the color of that Peterson made boat. I wish they'd have just put new logos on it. That boat's had a lot of trouble, though, being competitive a lot, it seems like. I think they need a new driver. And since Shane retired, that guy that took over, he ain't cutting the mustard. have you heard about
Hello again, race fans, and welcome back to our coverage, H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2024 Tri-Cities annual preseason test session, the Water Folly Spring Splash, presented by Apollo. We have had a very, very busy day, and if you want to talk about an absolutely gorgeous sight, those of you watching on the live stream just saw it as Brian Montgomery provided us with some outstanding shots of the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee, as Jamie Nilsen spooled the Lycoming turbine. The life came away from the dock. He's already been up the backstretch. He is coming down the front straightaway. He has turned a fast legal lap today of 154. He turned a lap in excess of 158, but he lost that on an N2 violation. And right now, water conditions are a sheet of glass, basically, as Jamie comes down the front straightaway. And man, that is a beautiful sight. You get it here in the Tri-Cities with a late afternoon sun. As the sun begins to dip down in the west, we have had basically no wind all day long. We haven't had a boat out here for the better part of 15-20 minutes, and it is just a sheet of glass on the Columbia River. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous sight. Jamie Nilsen on the clock at the top end. Brand new sponsor, the Miss Mercury's Coffee. We had a conversation with them earlier. Had a conversation with Morgan Harris, longtime boat racing fan out of the Pacific Northwest. Met his father, met the grandson. It was great. It was great. We had a good conversation, and we're going to make sure they have a good season because we'd like them to stick around for a while. Jamie Nilsen, U11, Miss Mercury's Coffee. We'll get a speed on him as soon as we can. We know there was an engine change made in the U91, the Goodman real estate, and when we spoke with Andrew Tate a bit ago, he said he was hoping to get back out on the water. We will see if he does. I just saw a fist bump go up from Tanner Morissette, and that's because he turned that lap at 158.408 miles an hour, 158 miles an hour. I'm telling you, these guys are going to be a player. If they can turn laps at that speed, Jamie Nilsen is an excellent driver, as I said earlier, and he has a knack for getting an inside lane. He puts that thing on the inside of you. You are going to have your hands full driving around this young man. Mercury's Coffee, Jamie Nilsen. See what kind of a speed we get on that one. And he's pulled his foot out of it as they head up the backstretch. And we're getting the speeds a little bit later than normal, and I probably should have mentioned this earlier, but the reason that is happening is we are not timing boats off the normal start-finish line buoy. We are timing the boats down here at the lower corner off a buoy down here. So most of the time we can get speeds, but that was easy to say. We can get speeds by the time the boat comes out of the lower corner. But now it is taking a little bit longer. That second lap was at 156.644 miles per hour. Jamie cut the race course. We'll see if he comes down and wants to put another one on the clock. Does not sound like it. He's not running very hard. So I got a stinking suspicion this is going to be our last look at the U11, the Miss Mercury's Coffee Company. Jamie will head it back. The boat is all in one piece. Scott Rainey has got to be a very happy guy. He and owner Shannon Rainey have to be very pleased. The boat ran very well. It's all in one piece. You put it back on the trailer, and we will see it the next time in Guntersville, Alabama. Now we are hoping that we might get one last look at the U-91, the Goodman real estate. Whether we do or we don't, I want to take this opportunity to kind of recap a few things today. We had a very busy day on the water. We had 7 H1 Unlimiteds in the pit area. All 7 made multiple runs on the Columbia River. We had the fast speed of the day was turned in by the U-91, the Goodman Real Estate, and Andrew Tate. That was at 165.8 miles per hour. That's our fast lap of the day. We're hoping, as I said, that we might see Andrew one more time. And here comes J. Michael Kelly's ride is coming off of the trailer. I see it down in the distance. So we may not get Andrew Tate. I know we're starting to push it up against the clock here. We've got the water till 5. And the U1, the Beacon Electric, comes off the trailer. But while we await the arrival of our next boat, I want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the efforts that have been put forth by a lot of people to make this particular event, and I'm talking specifically of the H1 Unlimited live stream. As you look at some terrific shots by Brian Montgomery, I think, and nod your head if it's true, Brian Montgomery, you like the new drone, dude? Yeah, he's saying, okay, yeah, that'll work. We've got 5 brand new drones, and I think he likes his new toy. So you can expect shots like this all year long. There it is on the big screen here in front of us on our side of the equipment. Want to give a special shout out and thank you to Lisa Cornier, who worked so hard to make sure we can, A, fly the drones here legally with the FAA and all that stuff. It's not easy. She has explained the process to me a number of times, and I shake my head, and I never would have thought about it until you do think about it, and you realize, there's an airport right on the other side of the river, so you got to be kind of careful. You don't just bring these down and say, okay, we're the only ones who can fly. Now get out of our way. Doesn't work that way, and she works tirelessly at it. Lisa, thank you very, very much. You are awesome. And she brought Brian, as we just mentioned here, with her to come over, and he's been flying the drone all day, getting shots like that. If you're still on the live stream, and I guess if you're hearing this, you are, how about that? You get a really good look at the new Beacon Electric color scheme and how they've got things laid out. It is a beautiful rod. So it's down there at the dock. We'll have J. Michael Kelly, our defending national high points and APBA Gold Cup champion, out on the water here shortly. The team appears to be, to me, they appear to be hustling just a little bit, and I think we're up against the clock a little bit. I think they want to shut the lid down and make it happen. So in addition to thanking and shouting out to our drone team who is here with our new equipment that we spoke of earlier, I'm not getting out of here until we talk a little bit again about the live stream team. It was 95 days ago that this journey began, and we were, with regards to a live stream, we were nowhere. We were absolutely nowhere. There were questions abounding, and there were some people, and the board was talking about it. There was thought of going this way or that way, and at the end of the day, we said, we're going to do it ourselves, and that required equipment. It required people. It required expertise. More than that, it required desire on behalf of the people. And we found those people. We found people who wanted to make this happen and people that wanted to ensure the tradition of our live stream would be carried forward. And today, what you saw, one of the very instrumental individuals in that process is standing right behind me, and he told me, and I said it earlier, and he's going to tell me tonight, and we're going to toast to it. He's going to say, this will be the worst live stream we will do all season long. So it's only going to get better. And that is a commitment not only from him, but the entire live stream team. The gentleman I'm talking about is Nick Kish. He's out of the Detroit area. And I'm going to just go out on a limb, and I'm just going to say this, that without him, we're not here. Without him, I'm not here. Without him, You are not seeing what you're seeing right now today. This guy worked tirelessly, and I've gotten to know him very, very well over the last 95 days, and he would constantly send me notes and tell me how many days are left until spring testing, as J. Michael Kelly looking right down on top of the U1, the Beacon Electric. So a shout out to Nick Kish, and he knows how much I care about him. He knows what he did. Nick Kish is the man when it comes to this. The H1 Unlimited Board of Directors for supporting our efforts, getting us the equipment we need. When we asked, they responded. This is part of the new organization. This is the part of how H1 Unlimited is going to move forward. This is how H1 Unlimited is going to get better. We've got brand new drones. We've got brand new live stream equipment. Heck, we don't even know what half of this stuff is capable of doing yet, but we're going to find out. But it took more than just Nick Kish. It took Mickey Washburn to come and join us, and he is a longtime boat racing fan out of the Tri-City area. He's got desire. He likes the sport. He wants to be involved, and it's that kind of passion we want to channel and bring into our live stream team. Mickey, I hope you had a good time, because we are so glad to have you on board with this team. We are going to make this bad boy fly, and it's going to be good. And as I keep telling all of them, what are we going to do? We're going to have fun doing it, and that's the next question that's coming. As soon as we put these boats on the trailer, I got to ask them if they had a good time, because we are going to do it. And there's a couple more people I still got to shout out as J. Michael Kelly comes across start-finish line. We'll put him on a clock. We'll put Mike, our defending national high points champion, on the clock, see what kind of a speed, and he got on the clock when he got down here. Remember, we're not timing off the start-finish line. But I want to go back to this team we're talking about, Mickey Washburn. He joined us recently, but he's been working. He's been spending long nights, late nights, not getting a lot of sleep, spending time away from the family. He is going to be a huge asset. I can't even see the next guy. Where is he? I got to bend down and look up on top. The guy is up there, and he's absolutely been baking in the sun on top of his vehicle. That's the view from on high you get. Oh, there's J. Michael picking up the sponson like he likes to do in that particular hull that used to be the Elstrom hull. J. Michael Kelly, our defending national high points and Gold Cup champion, puts his first lap in the books right now as he comes down here very quickly. So standing on the top of his vehicle in the hot sun all day, his name is Giovanni Belcido. Gio, as we know him. He's been involved with us for a number of weeks. He is dedicated. He loves this, and I'm going to tell you right now, he is one of the most fun young men you would ever want to spend time with and work. He is there. He is. You're seeing him on the live stream. Somebody tell Gio to wave a little bit if you can. That's him up there, and you see he's not listening to us because he's working. He's been in that sun all day long. Giovanni Belcido. Also want to thank the other very important person and part of our live stream team. It's Tana Morissette. She doesn't live here in the Tri with us. She lives out in the mid part of the United States in Edmond, Oklahoma. Oh, Michael! Oh, that was quite a shot right there. Sorry about that, Tana. I'm talking about the good work you do in keeping the speeds, but Mike decided we might want to look underneath the hydroplane as he came down the front straightaway. But, Tana, we are going to have a lot of fun this summer. You've been with us before. You're helping us at 156.857 for JMK. But you've been a part of this, too. And we are going to have a good time this summer. Tana is our interface between the live stream team, the announcers, and the H1 officials. At the end of the day, if you need something done, Tana is the one to talk to because she will make it happen. It is Nick Kish. It's Mickey Washburn. It's Gio Belcido. And it's Tana Morissette. That is your live stream team as it stands right now. Look underneath JMK as he comes down that front chute. Just lifting up the right side's got to get awfully quiet in the cockpit when he does that. No slapping on the water when he came by. I also would like to give a quick shout out to a young man by the name of Tanner True. Tanner stepped up and helped us out. He's not going to be traveling with us this summer, but he spent some late nights with us, spent some time, and he was here today making sure that we were up and running. JMK has pulled his foot after running his quick lap of the run, 158.929. 158.929 miles per hour. Is that his quick one of the day? Tana says yes, but now she'll go back, and we got to flip through a bunch of pages here. I see a one. Oh, that cleared truck. He had a 162.604 earlier, so that's his quick lap of the day. And it's kind of what you would expect. You get into heat, you get into humidity. The turbines, they are rated at a certain horsepower, but they are rated at sea level, and it's 60 degrees Fahrenheit. And you start changing those parameters. You start moving up in a little higher elevation. You start getting into higher temperatures. They don't produce as much horsepower, so the speeds are never quite as strong later on in the day. But a good run for J. Michael Kelly. So I will stop going on and on about the team that did such a very, very good job here as J. Michael Kelly comes by us slowly. There's a couple other folks we want to talk to or talk about, because we would be remiss if we did not do it. We didn't start this whole thing from scratch. We would not start from scratch and be able to get to where we did. There was I don't know how many years, maybe a 10-year foundation that was laid, and you've heard the names many, many times in the past, but the two brothers, Tate and Jared Meyer. These two did it for many, many years. They took it from nothing. They took it from Sony handycams that they just walked down here and held by their hands without tripods, and they were able to hold their hands steady and give us a good look at the boats on the water, and give you a good look at the boats on the water across the country when you couldn't be with us. None of this would have happened without the foundation from those two. And honestly, I can tell you, last night at about 12 o'clock, 12:30, there was a bit of a hiccup in the system, and Tate Meyer stepped up, answered a couple of questions, got us up and running, and here we are. So want to make sure we put the shout out to those who went before us and those that we worked with over the last few years. Tate and Jared Meyer, wherever you are. Jared, I know you're here. You're down with Bucket List Racing. Tate, he's out doing his day job because it's the middle of the day, so he's working. And but we thank him nonetheless. None of this would have happened without you. So that's our live stream team for 2024. That's a look back at those who laid the foundation for us in 2023 and beyond that, earlier than that. Thanks to everybody. And as Nick will tell me tonight, am I right? This is the worst live stream they're going to see all year. We're going to have better graphics, right? Is that the big step? We're going to have graphics. You're going to be able to see the speeds on the screen. There was only so far we could get. And I have an old saying that I know you like, Mr. Kish, the old crawl, walk, run. Today we crawled. We crawled pretty quick. We crawled pretty quick today. But we're really going to crawl later. Look at Andrew flying the 91, walking it back and forth on the sponsons. I don't think that's the kind of boat ride he wants. Not after we just watched JMK and Jamie Nielsen with very smooth rides. Andrew comes down here wide in about lane 4. And he's deep into the corner here. But, boy, he was walking it on the sponsons as he came down the front straightaway. Andrew Tate, we just had him on the hook. He said, yeah, we're going to make an engine change, and I hope to get back out on the water. He obviously won that discussion. I did see them changing the motor here a little bit ago, so he has been able to come back out. We'll see how long he decides to run. And I am told we have a hard stop coming up at 5 o'clock. Well, it's 4:56. So I got a hunch this is the last run we're going to see coming by our broadcast position here. He's going to come by wide. He's going to come back very, very rapidly. Goodman Real Estate and Andrew Tate. Tater's going to squeeze in one more lap because he knows he can do a lap in under 4 minutes. Interesting sidebar here. When we had Mercury's Coffee here and we had Darryl Strong here talking to him, both of them mentioned an individual by the name of Steve Lampson and how important he was in getting some of our new sponsorship involved in the sport. I just checked the time on my phone, and I happen to see I have missed a phone call from Mr. Steve Lampson. So hopefully Mr. Lampson is happy. Maybe he found another sponsor, and as Darryl said, now we'll be back to having more sponsors than boats. That's a good problem to have. Andrew's pulled his foot. That, I think, is going to do it for the 2024 Water Follies Spring Splash presented by Apollo. Also like to thank the folks at Columbia Park Golf Triplex and Paving Machinery. When I do this sort of thing, whether it is a Region 10 event or an H1 Unlimited event, and we start thanking people, you never really want to go down the list because you'll always forget somebody. There's a lot of H1 people here. There are officials here. There are timers and scorers here. There are all kinds of officials with their specific jobs they're doing. I picked out the drone flyers and Lisa and her team because they're right here with us, and the live stream team, which is obviously very, very important to me here and this little group that I'm with. Here comes Andrew slowly by. Take a look, Tri-Cities. The next time we're going to see unlimited hydroplanes on the Columbia, it will be Columbia Cup 2024. And somebody tell Andrew he can go one more time. They did. Andrew got a green light to go one more time. And I mentioned when we were talking, he is a professional racer. He just wants to go out and drive. So he stuffed his foot in it there a little bit. Now he's going slow. I think he's just enjoying a run on the Columbia in the late afternoon sun. But as important as you guys are in the live stream team, we're going to thank one more group, and they're really important. All these fans that were here today. And we had a good turnout. The fans on the live stream, the fans that were here, want to thank Water Follies for this event. They made it bigger this year. We got food vendors. We got a beer garden. They got a big concert coming up tonight. It's good stuff. And there you see Brian Montgomery giving us a look at the crowd as we look along the shoreline there. Hey, I think that's us, isn't it? That's our little broadcast spot right there. That's who we are. And I'm going to tell you, there was a lot more people here. Well, if I get my hand down lower, I can get it on there. There we go. There was a lot more people here than you see right now. It was a good crowd, and we had a good time. And, of course, all of you who watched on the live stream. We're going to have a good year. It's going to be fun. It's going to be competitive. But for now, on behalf of Lisa Cornier, Brian Montgomery, Tana Morissette, Nick Kish, Gio Belcido, Mickey Washburn, and all the H1 Unlimited officials, scorers, and timers, this is Brad Luce saying so long from the 2024 Water Follies Spring Splash presented by Apollo, Columbia Park Golf Triplex, and Paving Machinery. We'll see you down the road, everybody. And that road leads to Guntersville, Alabama, and the race for the Southern Cup. We'll keep it here just one more time because Andrew wants to show us one more look. There he goes. That's a kid that just loves to run a boat, but he's going too hard to head back to the pitter. I guess we'll stay here for another minute. Tana is writing down something very quickly, and it is appearing as though I spoke a little too soon. We have been granted, apparently, 15 more minutes per the race chairman. So I'm assuming that is Aaron Stevens. And the GP20 is wanting to come out. Big Ed Preston wants to come out with Blown Income Racing, the trust company. Get him out on the water. But for right now, we're going to step away. Hopefully we get another H1 boat on the water. So everything I just said, re-rack it, listen again. But we'll see you down the road in Guntersville, Alabama, for the race for the Southern Cup.